Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of G20 High-Level Forum on Trade, Investment, and Industry. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Raihan Ramadan, and it is an honor to be your MC for today. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone for attending this forum. And allow me to extend a warm welcome to our guests of honor and speakers. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had an amazing opportunity to talk about achieving sustainability through advancement in multilateral trading system, sustainable investment, and Industry 4.0. On today's panel sessions, we will have the opportunity to hear from respected academics on three main topics. The first panel of the day will focus on global economic recovery. The second panel will look at digital transformation and new technologies. And final panel will discuss new ways to finance sustainable development. Each panel will have a dedicated questions and answer session. If there's any question, please write it in the Q&A column. Now, we are going to the first panel discussion about economic recovery, new normal. Without further ado, I'd like to invite the chair for the first panel, former Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia in 2013 to 2014. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Hatib Basri.
Thank you very much. A very good morning, a good evening for the colleague in the other part of the world in the United States. It is very good to be here. And in this session, we would like to discuss about the economic recovery for the new normal. We've been about 2 years after the pandemic, and then we have seen the global economy has continued to recover, but unfortunately, many factors also impacting the pace of the recovery. We are seeing the uneven economic recovery, for example, and also due to the conflict in Ukraine, we have seen the rising price of food and energy, and also the spread of COVID-19 variants, supply chains disruption. So I think this is really the best time to discuss what will be the shape of the economic recovery under the new normal situation. And we are very fortunate that this morning or this evening that we have a very distinguished panelist, Vera Songwei, the United Nations Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commissions for Africa, that she will join us later on. Maury Opsveld, Professor of Economics, University of California, Berkeley, and Jayati Ghosh, Professor of University of Massachusetts, Amherst. So, since Dr. Songwei will join us later on, so let me start this session by inviting Maury to give his presentation or short remarks, probably about 7 minutes. I hope this will be okay for all of you. So we have 7 minutes. So without further ado, let me invite Maury. Good to see you again, and looking forward to hear your remarks. Please, Maury.
It's great to see you, Hatib, and it's a great pleasure to be here at this event, albeit remotely, connected with the Indonesian G20 presidency. My brief remarks today, since they must be brief, will focus on the thesis that global cooperation is more critical than ever in current circumstances, And without better cooperation, what we have in store is a sequence of crises that could be quite protracted. Next slide, please. The world economy has entered a new phase in the recovery from COVID. After having a V-shaped recovery, we've seen an upsurge in inflation driven by supply rigidities, demand in some countries, generally more sluggish growth in emerging and developing economies, yet higher inflation there too. And Russia's invasion of Ukraine has redoubled the sense of crisis with extra supply shocks, extra food shocks. Emerging markets began hiking interest rates in the summer of 2021. They have continued into this year, and they've been joined by a range of advanced country central banks, ranging from the Norwegian Central Bank to the Fed, of course. Now the ECB has joined in. And given the dollar's importance, the Fed's scramble to hike will be especially consequential for emerging and developing economies. Next slide, please. Major risks are ahead of us, notably escalating conflict, and now with the threat of a gas cutoff to Europe, a very likely recession in Europe. We're in the midst of a food crisis with the risk of social instability, escalating export restrictions, I'll say more about later. And central banks at the moment really seem in a kind of panic mode. There is a risk that they will jointly excessively tighten because every country that tightens and appreciates its currency exports some inflation abroad. And this is a problem we saw actually in the early 1980s among the advanced economies. Emerging and developing economies already are under fiscal stress as a result of the pandemic. And the pandemic itself continues. It may be becoming endemic, but new variants will surely emerge, as shown by BA5, and new diseases, as shown by the advent of monkeypox in the advanced economies. All along, the climate crisis is reaching a state of red alert. Next slide, please. Food prices, as you all know, are at an all-time high. You can see some data here from the FAO, which shows the past spikes around 2008, around 2010, which led to widespread social instability. The more recent FAO data are shown at the right, and despite declines in the overall food index in the last 3 months, the level of food prices remains at a level that will cause tremendous hardship unless food prices were to decline. Unfortunately, no such decline is in sight. Next slide, please. One key fault line surrounds fertilizer prices, a major component of costs in agriculture, and for which natural gas is a key input, bringing the energy crisis also into play. Exports from Russia, the world's largest fertilizer export, have been restricted since late in 2021. China, the world's second largest exporter, is also restricting starting last July. It has been limiting exports and it has extended export restrictions. Next slide, please. And these two G20 members are not the only countries and not the only G20 members that are implementing restrictions on food exports, fertilizer exports, and worsening the crisis. In this picture from a recent World Bank blog, you can see that a number of countries have liberalized imports to get prices down, but an even larger number of countries have implemented export restrictions on food or fertilizer, a total of 74 through early June of 2022 from the beginning of this year. So this is an area where we really need to coordinate because we are engaging jointly in self-defeating actions that are making this crisis much, much worse. Next slide, please. Add into this the risk of widespread distress on the financial side in emerging and developing economies. Now, this slide is taken from the April 2022 World Economic Outlook of the IMF. It compares stresses measured by sovereign spreads in emerging markets and middle. Picture in previous episodes of financial tightening, financial stress, such as the taper tantrum. And you can see that even as of the time these data were put together, which was before April, things were looking quite grim. The IMF released today its July update to the World Economic Outlook. And the situation in terms of emerging market sovereign spreads is even much worse, as you can see by looking at that document. So we may be heading, as the Fed tightens more, and of course there's another meeting coming up this week of the Federal Open Market Committee, to severe financial stresses in emerging and developing economies. And again, this is another area where global cooperation is critical to ending the protracted crisis that we might otherwise enter. Next slide, please. Well, this is my final slide, and I want to highlight here not only the challenges I've talked about, but other challenges to the G20. The common framework for debt treatments beyond the DSSI. This is an important initiative of the G20, but it's widely recognized as inadequate and not having delivered so far. How can we build on it? The G20 established last year a joint finance health task force, critically important to dealing with ongoing pandemic risks and new risks as they arise. How can we make progress? Global nutrition raises challenges of global cooperation. And I'm sure we're going to hear more about this from Songwe, particularly as it applies to Africa, where the problems that are being raised by the current, what is basically an agricultural war are severe. The problems of refugees demand attention, not just from Ukraine, but elsewhere. And that includes climate refugees. Climate action in the face of the current energy situation is challenging, but it's essential. And by global cooperation, we could, with the appropriate transfers among countries, actually shut down the most badly emitting energy plants. Yet we're not seeing strong action there. Trade fragmentation is looming. And in other areas, which are perhaps less urgent, but still important, there's a problem with international taxation, critical for providing fiscal resources, and of limiting corruption and illicit money flows. All of this is on the table, but meanwhile, G20 cooperation is impaired by geopolitical rivalries, despite these major challenges. At the very moment when so many challenges are coming to a head, not only is the G20 in a very weak position to meet them because of internal dissension, indeed, some members are taking actions which are worsening these crises. So I conclude on that pessimistic note, but I also want to remain optimistic that the ongoing G20 meetings will bring more of a cooperative spirit and help to actually bring us closer to solving some of these problems.
Thank you very much, Maury, as your excellent presentation. As always, I believe that there are many issues that we can discuss later on, including how to recalibrate the exit strategy. Because, as you said, on the one hand, that the developing economies probably need to allocate more funding for fiscal, for the inclusive growth, the impact of the rising food and energy prices. But at the same time, we are seeing at the advanced country, the tightening liquidity, rising interest rate. So this kind of issue probably, we can discuss during the Q&A later on. So now let me move to Professor Jati Ghosh from the University of Humas. And then perhaps Professor Ghosh, you can share your view regarding this recovery under the new normal time related to the health issue. And I don't know whether you will discuss finance and health plan that's been discussed during the G20 to establish the new institution for this, because one thing that we learned from this pandemic is investment in health is very important. It's not just an expenditure. But over to you, Professor Ghosh.
Thank you so much, and it's really a privilege to be on a panel with these eminent participants. Could I go to the next slide, please? And I think, I'm really going to be repeating a lot of what Professor Obstfeld has already said, because what we are facing right now, especially in the developing world, in fact, I don't even know whether we can call it developing anymore, so I'm going to say low and middle income countries, is a perfect storm of terrible conditions. We've already had a more halting and insufficient recovery from the pandemic. Our fiscal response was much, much lower than in the advanced economies. We have a larger proportion of informal workers, on average 70% of the workforce, compared to less than a quarter in the rich countries, which means we have less automatic stabilizers. And that means that the closures, the lockdowns, the slowdowns, the employment declines are much, much greater and have a much worse impact on livelihoods. I think Professor Obstfeld already mentioned the disruption of existing trade patterns in goods and services, and what's also very important, the decline in remittances from migrant workers across many parts of the world. Many of the LMICs have got a large overhang of debt and a bunching of debt service payments in the coming year. We have already seen debt crises, not just in Sri Lanka, but in a bunch. There are about 5 countries in formal default at the moment, and another 6 or 7 on the brink. But even countries that don't have debt problems are facing very volatile capital movements and capital outflows, which are driven, as Professor Obstfeld noted, by monetary policy in the advanced economies. I want to emphasize that the big increase in food and fuel prices is not just the Ukraine war. I mean, that's the spur, and that did generate some supply shortages. But we have seen significant profiteering by large corporations in agribusiness, in the energy sector, and financial speculation, both of which have actually driven the prices much higher than would be warranted by the supply issues. And now, of course, we have a real fear of contagion. Capital flight, cascading debt crises. We are already facing stagflation. And that in these countries translates into significant increases in poverty and hunger, even more fragile health conditions, and massive education losses, 2 or 3 years of education lost. And for first-generation learners, that's a huge impact that really changes things very dramatically. Next slide, please. The estimates of the World Bank suggest that the output losses are significantly more in LMICs than they are for rich countries. And there's no more catch-up. As you can see on the right-hand part of this, the catch-up other than China, this includes China. If we exclude China, the catch-up is non-existent. There is now massive divergence in terms of the growth rates of the rich countries versus the rest. Next slide, please. I think Professor Obstfeld said this politely, but let me just put it a bit more starkly. There is a real absence of global leadership, and now is when we need it. This evidence of lack of global leadership and lack of cooperation. It was so evident in the ongoing experience of vaccine apartheid, which has really meant continuing waves of the COVID-19 infections. And of course, future pandemics or emerging pandemics will have faced the same fate in the current conditions. There's a real inability to address debt concerns either rapidly or effectively. The debt suspension initiative was a bit of a damp squib, but the attempts to bring in private players into debt restructuring have been zero effectively. And so low and middle income countries are also deprived of fiscal space, as I said, because financial markets prevent them from having these deficits. There's an immediate credit downgrade. There's a tendency to threaten countries that are running larger deficits. And this has really dramatically reduced the fiscal space of developing countries. There's insufficient expansion of global liquidity, either through a new large SDR allocation or recycling the last year allocation in a way that would benefit the countries that need it. The climate finance has been negligible, way below the promised target of 9 years ago of 100 billion a year. But what's worse is that we are getting completely wrong incentives in the favor of large subsidies for fossil fuel industries. The brown investment is favored. And of course, all of that has got much worse after the Ukraine war, as especially G7 countries have simply reneged on earlier commitments and are now going back to more fossil fuel incentives and investments. But also there is a real problem in terms of the technology transfer and the knowledge. There's absolutely inadequate dissemination of necessary knowledge or technology. And this is necessary, of course, for public health, for vaccine development, for all the treatments related to the COVID-19 pandemic, but also for climate change, which is upon us. It's no longer in the future, and it is something for which we need technologies for mitigation and adaptation. Next slide, please. So we are not going to have a global recovery unless it's broad-based, and that means the spending must be broad-based. We have to have public spending in the hands of those who will spend it. This is a principle that was applied in the United States and in some European countries, that they actually sought to provide resources to the working people and the poor. It's not the case in the developing world. And there's a macroeconomic reason for why this is important. In the developing world, employment now, it's a disaster. We have to revive public employment through public employment schemes and special packages for the MSMEs, the micro, small and medium enterprises, which at the moment account for the bulk of employment. Food security, I think Professor Obstfeld also noted, it's a major concern. We are really facing hunger and massively increasing hunger in large parts of the world. There's also a crisis in cultivation, which is related to climate threats, but it's related to a range of the fertilizer prices, a range of other factors that is affecting agriculture, and we will see the impact of that in a few months. We need multifaceted public spending for climate adaptation and mitigation. And of course, a large part of this also means much more investment in the care sectors, especially health. It's not just about welfare, it's not just about well-being, it is crucially about ensuring a resilient economy and society. And so health for all is not just a desirable goal, but it is something without which economies also cannot survive. Next slide, please. So basically, we need a multicolored New Deal. Of course, we need a New Deal, a significantly increased public expenditure for recovery, regulation of markets, and redistribution to reduce the obscene inequalities we now observe. So it has to be green, obviously, but it also has to be blue to recognize water. It has to be purple with an emphasis on the care economy, and it has to be red in terms of addressing and reducing inequalities across a whole range of dimensions. Next slide, please. I think G20 has a crucial role. And when I say absence of global leadership, I have to confess G20 has been extremely disappointing in the last 3 years in terms of the inability to deal with the challenges that are upon us globally. But it's getting even worse now because of the geopolitical conflicts and because of the inability to recognize that where there are global public goods and public bads, we have to have this cooperation. We have to work together, whether we like each other or not. So we have to generate an appropriate international architecture with controlled finance and capital flows, revised trade rules for more employment generation, and reducing the sort of terrible control of intellectual property rights that have created this concentration of knowledge and monopoly rent-seeking. Tax cooperation is really low-hanging fruit. We have to have unitary taxation of multinationals based on a formula that looks at sales, employment, and assets. The current OECD plan is really too limited. In fact, it goes against the interests of developing countries. I could elaborate if there are questions. But we also need to tax the extremely wealthy. And for that, we need national asset registers, and we need to share these globally, which will enable wealth taxation and curb the illicit financial flows that are currently bleeding certainly Africa, but also very many developing countries. Debt relief, I mentioned, we definitely have to bring in private creditors. We also need to introduce an international public credit rating agency and a global debt authority to handle these continuing problems that are going to keep happening of debt restructuring, and they're going to be exploding in the next 1 year. Clearly, there is need for greater global liquidity. So a fresh allocation of $650 billion, which is what is possible in the US without going to Congress. And certainly, those G20 members who are not using their SDRs must urgently recycle. The attempts to do that so far have been pathetic. I would argue that we also need more financial regulation of both domestic and cross-border financial markets, because currently finance is not aligned with social goals. It's hard for an individual country to do this. It can be done in a coordinated fashion, which is why a grouping like G20 can actually work towards these things. Next slide, please. I think that's it. Yes, that is. Thank you. Hello, I'm done. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I was muted. Thank you very much, Professor Goss, for your presentation. I think, as like Mauri said, Professor Goss also reiterate some of the key issues. We badly need the global cooperation, and then probably in the future we probably need a different architecture. And then Professor Goss also mentioned about the multicolored agenda, which is very important. Now, let me move to Dr. Vera Songwei. Great to see you again. Over to you, Vera.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Vera.
Wonderful. This is perfect timing because I've been trying to get the background. Oh, it didn't take it. Oh, I was trying to get the background to have everybody else's background, but okay, we'll do that later. Wonderful. Thank you. I think, again, it's a pleasure to be with everybody on the panel. Jayati, good to see you. It's different time zones, but this is a very important conversation. Professor Obstfeld, of course, Chatib, thanks for inviting the Economic Commission for Africa to be part of this debate and to talk about the impact of the war, but more importantly, what the multilateral system can do to alleviate some of the problems. So I'll just go through some of the things that I will be saying will be the same, but I think that is good because we are reinforcing each other, maybe from different perspectives to see where we come from. So next slide, please. I'm going to maybe break the talk down into three different components. First, of course, is the crisis. And just to sort of give some sense of context for Africa, but not only for Africa, everybody is facing, I think, a lot of the same stresses in the emerging market world. I'll talk a little bit then in the second bit about the fiscal pressures, the vulnerabilities. So the crises are external, and I think it's very important for us to emphasize that this is successively three external crises that a lot of the emerging market countries are facing, but they have to deal with the national indigenous reactions to that. What does this mean for lives and livelihoods? It's as economists, we tend to talk about those big macro numbers, and so people get lost in those numbers. But I think it's important sometimes to bring it down to, what does this mean for the average citizen? And then what do we need to do as JIT has ended? I'll end in the same way, is calling for the G20, you, Shatip, Her Excellency Shri Mulyani, and hopefully that with the G20 we can come up with some good results. Next slide, please. So the state of the crisis, and I'm going to go very fast on each one of them. I'm not sure, Debrina, if you're the one doing the slides or somebody else. But really, I think what we're seeing is we came out of COVID-19, which was one of the deepest crises that we have had in the last quarter of a century. Africa and everybody else is still trying to get out of that crisis. But then here we are falling into yet another crisis. And how do we, next slide, please. I don't know, the slides are not moving. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, so this is, I think if you went one slide too far. The first slide was just showing the depth of the crises and to show how the 2020 crisis was one of the most difficult. This slide now it shows us, the prices. JIT talked about it a little bit. We have prices that are much higher than they were in 2008, and we all remember 2008, which was the combination of the food and fuel crisis with the financial crisis in the developed world. Now we're seeing prices at some point went 3 times. If you look at the crude oil prices right after the line, some of them were 3 times higher than what we experienced in 2008. So this is a much deeper crisis, both on the food side and on the fuel side. Wheat prices have gone up. Of course, we had the big announcement which the UN helped to broker on Friday between Russia, Ukraine, and Turkey. And that has begun to see some drop in prices. I think we already experienced in the last 3 or 4 days a 5% drop. But a 5% drop when we've experienced a 74% increase is, yes, welcome. Every drop is welcome, but it's not nearly where we want to be. 40 African countries were net importers of petroleum, 15 African countries net importers of wheat from Russia and Ukraine. Some of them exposed 70% of their wheat coming from Russia and Ukraine. So you can see the magnitudes. It's a country like Egypt, $3.2 billion of imports of wheat from Ukraine and Egypt, and has to suffer the consequences of this. Next slide, please. What does this mean for Africa? And I don't know. One of the things that we see clearly is then, of course, that countries are not prepared physically, financially. They don't have the resources. We're coming from a series of crises. First of all, a climate crisis, particularly in the Horn of Africa. We're coming from the COVID-19 crisis, a lockdown, now monetary tightening. Countries have just run out of instruments to respond. We need a $1.2 trillion financing gap to even begin. And I think, as Maurice said in the beginning, the IMF has just issued its new projections for growth. Of course, they've slashed them substantially. Kristalina is saying that after COVID, she said you needed $285 billion to just get back to the growth that you had before. Now we're saying you need 584 to get back to it. If we needed to close the financing gap to get to Agenda 2030, we need about $1.2 trillion. So clearly, with each crisis, the cost of financing, the cost of getting to the objectives of prosperity and better livelihoods for all is becoming more and more expensive. Next slide, please. All of this is happening, of course, in an environment where there is a huge discussion, next slide, between, I think, and this is very important, liquidity, solvency, and debt. And right now, I think, beginning with the COVID-19 crisis, there has been a confusion, there has been an amalgamation of this concept. So, I think yesterday we were looking at the Financial Times where the governor of the Central Bank of Pakistan was saying, I have a liquidity problem, not a solvency problem, help me. And the international financial institutions are saying, oh, but you have a solvency problem, you have to go to the fund to get resources. The same thing with Ghana. I think there needs to be a conversation as we go forward about what is the problem that we're trying to solve. And as long as we don't collectively identify the right problems, we're clearly solving the wrong problem. And we'll see that when I talk about the common framework, while sometimes we're just getting inertia because I don't think that there is agreement on what is the problem we're trying to solve. But all of this is happening, of course, in an environment where Africa has gone to the markets more. almost 40% of Africa's debt today is private sector Eurobond debt, no longer multilateral concessional debt. And so it's essentially the cost of the debt is much higher. So even though if you take a country like Zambia, for example, even though 40% of Zambia's debt is concessional, the other 40% of Zambia's debt is private sector, is actually 5% of its interest payment services compared to 1% on the concessional side. So you see, with the cost of debt being very different, we have the private actors becoming a very important part of our liquidity and solvency conversations as we move forward. Next slide, please. What we are seeing, of course, with monetary tightening in the United States is that there is huge depreciation of currencies. With depreciation of currencies, that to GDP worsens, but it also means that your export bills worsen, and so you have huge balance of payment pressures. We have about 20 countries that have seen more than 10% drop in their currencies. This means, for the poor, particularly on the food side, and we'll show that slide when we come later, that life is getting much, much more difficult. We've seen huge increases in spreads again, which means that countries that need to go to the markets maybe to borrow to be able to deal with the crisis, the Egypts of the world, the Senegals of the world, the Ghanas, of course, is now shut out of the market, are finding it a lot more difficult to have access to market credit and a lot more difficult to have space for additional concessional credit. And next slide, please. This is just quickly showing, actually, one of the things that we've seen on the continent is resilience. We would have expected with this, successive crises, COVID, fuel, fertilizer, and then monetary tightening in the United States, and then climate change, that many more countries between 2021 and 2022 would have actually fallen into high levels of debt distress. But we haven't seen that yet. There's been quite an amount of resilience, but already we have 18 countries on the continent that are already in high risk of debt distress. So we are at the precipice. We don't see a huge wave of countries falling over, but there is a risk that if this current crisis continues, particularly on the fuel side, because as we saw before, almost 50 countries on the continent are exposed to import bills of fuel, that we will, in the next 6 months, begin to have a crisis. There is also the fertilizer issue. If we cannot get access to fertilizers, which means that our crop yields are going to drop substantially, there may be a potential crisis. So the graph can be, the numbers today can be maybe misleading in the sense of their stability. Oh, well, we don't see many countries falling over. But there is also the issue of a country's not getting onto the other end of the spectrum or asking for support because the common framework is not working and they don't know what they're getting into if they put their hand up for the common framework. So essentially, everybody is trying to just stay on the side of the fence, whereas it is almost getting impossible to do that. Next slide, please. What is happening to livelihoods? As we said before, yes, the macro numbers are important and it's very good to talk about them. But when we start breaking down what is really happening in individual countries and comparing a little bit why it's important for us to have this conversation about emerging market economies, as you would see, for example, we have almost 15 countries where the food basket is over 40% of income spent in many of the countries. So when we talk about inflation, for example, in a country like Canada, where the food in the consumption basket is only 10-15%, versus when you're talking about inflation in a country like Ethiopia, where it's 50%, then immediately you understand any kinds of pressure on food prices in Ethiopia is much, much more important, has a larger impact on poverty, has a larger impact on livelihoods than it would, of course, have in Italy or Canada, even though, as we see in this graph, Portugal is also one of the countries that has almost 30% of the food basket, of the expenditure basket, which is made up of food. So even some European countries, right? And we've seen announcements that have been made by Christine Lagarde about how to make sure that even as they do monetary tightening in Europe, that they take care of the Portugals, Italy's, Greece and Spain. And I think that what we are asking for in the emerging market economies is that a similar consideration be paid to countries in the emerging market economies, as Christine is planning to put in special measures and special liquidity contingency provisions for these economies. I think Africa and many of the emerging market economies deserve that as well. Next slide, please. What are we seeing with the numbers? We see that there is a risk that about an extra 6 million more people fall into poverty if we continue like this, and if there's no additional quick liquidity that is given to countries. Before the crisis, we had about 17 African countries that had full social protection systems in place that could quickly kick in the event of a crisis like this to support the populations. So clearly, we still have a large part of the population that is exposed to the crisis, as you saw in the last slide, but where governments do not have the right institutional setups to respond to that. And so this is what we are facing, but we're also facing the 6 million people also means social unrest and disruptions in populations, and we do need to look at how we can manage that. Next slide, please. And this slide just talks about, how many people have fallen out of school. We have an average of, next slide, about 44 weeks of schooling that has been missed because of COVID, and we're still struggling with COVID. As we all know, COVID is on the rise again. A different variant, yes, maybe not as deadly because there's been vaccinations, but in Africa, we haven't had 17% on average of the population has been vaccinated. Next slide. So still there is that risk that COVID remains an important and again another crisis component for the continent. Finally, what is it what we need to do? Again, thank you so much for inviting us. Next slide to this conversation. I think just like JIT, we need liquidity. A lot of the emerging market countries like Africa need additional liquidity. We saw that when the SDRs were issued, 283 billion went to the G7 countries. We have done analysis that show that the G7 countries have not used this SDRs. They're still sitting there. And a lot of the inflation that is being fought today is because a lot of liquidity on the fiscal, on the monetary side, we had the SDRs injected into economies. On the fiscal side, tons of programs were put in place in the developed world to allow for more liquidity, increase spending, and keep the economies going. That is now causing the inflation that we are paying for in the developing world because we never got the liquidity we needed then. Now more than ever, we need more liquidity. And so we need a new issuance of SDRs, the 650 billion that we know, as JIT has said, we can ask for and we can get, and it can be done without going to Congress. I think it's so important to get that. Of course, when you say issue new SDRs, everybody says, oh, but there's inflation. Yes, there is inflation, but as I just said before, a lot of the SDRs that were issued are sitting in the central banks of many of the developed countries. So the developed countries know how to manage the liquidity problem. The emerging market economies whose import bills have tripled need additional resources to close that current account balance gap. And so we need that. So really, I think if there's one thing, my last slide, and I'm done, the last slide.
Okay.
I think so. The first thing is issue new SDRs. Next slide, please. Is we're asking for an issuance of new SDRs. The second one is extension of the debt service suspension initiative. The debt service suspension initiative was particularly useful. It was about $13 billion that was saved. If we extend it, we go to 17 billion. But we just don't want to extend it. We want also to improve and increase the maturity on the payment side. We need to fix the common framework, as Moritz said. Countries need to know when they get into the common framework, when they're going to get out, what the macro reform policy framework is going to look like. I think we can do these things, right? If a country gets into the common framework, we say these are 3 scenarios, these are the policies we need you to do, this is the payout you're going to get. Right now, countries are staying 18 months in the common framework, nothing is happening. We really need to fix that. I think all the others we've spoken about, and I can stop there, we can share the slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera, for your excellent presentation. And again, Vera also reiterate what have been spoken by other panelists about the impact of the scattering effect, especially in Africa, the issue of the debt distress, and there is a need of this common framework. Before I open the Q&A session, let me invite all the speakers. We need to do the photo session first, and let me ask the organizer to give a cue if we please let us know when you are ready for this photo session.
Three, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you very much.
2, 1.
I think we are done with the photo session. Yeah. Now let me let me open the Q&A session. Let me check to the organizer. Is there any questions from the audience already? Otherwise, while we are waiting for the questions from the audience, let me pose a question to all of you. We heard from all of you about there is a need of the global cooperation at this moment. Yeah, this related to the issue of this exit strategy from the stimulus, the need also for the global cooperation on the climate issue to address the scarring effect, etc. But we understand that the geopolitical tension has been discussed by all the speakers, somehow create a sort of like an obstacles. So my question is, at the given constraint, yeah, what can G20 do in order to achieve, at least probably we cannot fulfill all the address all the question or to fulfill all the objective, but at the given constraint, what do you think that G20 can do? Let me start this posing this question to maybe to Maury first, and then Professor Goss, and then Vera. You want to respond to this, Maury?
Unmute me first.
Yeah. Now you're on mute.
Yeah, so many of these areas are of common concern, including to the belligerents in the new Cold War, if you want to call it that. If you think about the permafrost melting in Siberia and the challenges that that's going to cause, not only to the world but to Russia. I think people have to firmly put in view their common interests. That of course requires some trust, and that's part of the problem. That trust is in short supply. But I think back to the sort of crowning achievement in global health cooperation was the eradication of smallpox in the late 1970s, and the initiative to do that actually came from the Soviet Union at the height of the Cold War, and was embraced by the WHO and countries around the world. So, if that was possible, I don't see why we can't, put aside some of the current conflicts just to work in these areas of common concern. My concern about the current situation is that I think that for some countries, the ability to do economic damage to the rest of the world is actually not a bug but a feature of their strategy, and I think that does make it much harder for agreement to be reached.
Thank you, Maury. Professor Ghosh?
As well.
Okay,
Yes,
right.
thank you. Yeah, I agree with Professor Obstfeld that there are very significant geopolitical constraints, and these are worsened by short-term political concerns. I think that certainly in the US, everything is about the midterm election, and in Europe as well, there are all these immediate political issues that prevent. But, still, there are some obvious things that everyone could do, which would not necessarily damage that politics, even the internal politics. For example, the issue of SDRs. I think Vera has already made a very strong case for that, but it's something that can be done and is not going to necessarily, conflict with even those geopolitical tensions. It's something that could be agreed to. The G20 definitely, overriding voting power in the IMF. So they could immediately issue another round of SDRs. Most of them will not be used, will not add to global liquidity. The countries that will be able to use them, it's a lifesaver. It's an absolute lifeline at this point. Tax cooperation, I think, is another low-hanging fruit. It's really only the major lobbying power of multinationals that is preventing a proper agreement on tax cooperation. An agreement that makes multinational companies pay the same rate of tax as domestic companies. That's not asking too much. Yet the way the compromise has been done at the moment in the OECD process is disastrous. It's really providing almost nothing. But it can be done if there's political will, and it's not something that is hindered by the geopolitical tensions. Similarly, an asset register that would enable the taxation of wealth, of extreme wealth, I'm not saying in general wealth, but a taxation of extreme wealth is something that is in every country's interests. If only people are made to realize that, and the governments therefore respond to the people rather than to the corporate lobbies that are preventing it. I also believe intellectual property rights, the control over knowledge, is again something that benefits only a few corporations. It doesn't really benefit people, and therefore it should not be seen as the aim of governments. So I think these are areas in which G20, despite all the other differences, could actually come with some common agreements. It would be a real failure of leadership at every possible level if even that cannot be delivered.
Thanks, Jayati. Vera?
No, thank you. I start again with the last point, or the first point that Jayati made, which is the SDRs. And I take again, for example, the example of Egypt. Egypt's import bill is about $3.6 billion of wheat. If we issue SDRs today, they will get $4 billion of SDRs. They can clearly use that to pay forward some of their wheat imports already, even though the wheat prices are much higher. And I could go on and on in countries that need these resources. It may not be a lot for the developed economies, and they may not need it, but these are lifesavers if we have new SDRs issued. And again, the SDRs really are a collective global public good. It doesn't go into anybody's balance sheet. It doesn't put pressure on anybody's fiscal balances. Developed or developing world, actually, it is a gift to the developed world. The developing world, as we saw, $650 billion of SDRs, Africa at least only gets 5% of it. But that 5% is a lifesaver for us, and we really do need to get it. It is not possible to say that it's difficult to do this, right? So we know how to do it. It's been done before. It's just politics holding it back. There is all this discussions about, well, if we issue SDRs, country X or country Y will get it, and we don't like country X or country Y. We also know the IMF has systems in place to make sure that country X and country Y don't get it. So again, a lot of these excuses that are being bandied around, we all know are just what they are, and we can work around them. So that's the first thing. The second thing is on the common framework, and I want to go back to that. Today, part of the reason why the common framework is not working is, again, a sort of political inertia. We have the Paris Club now trying to do, debt restructuring in the 21st century. But, as I showed in my slide, the composition of debt, we have private creditors, from all over the world. We have bilateral creditors that are a lot different. And so maybe with some humility, if we decide that the common framework secretariat should be at the IMF, and African finance ministers have called for this, it creates a space where it has to be more inclusive, right? The Paris Club was a group of 7 countries that got together, like-minded, there was trust, and they got along. Right now, we need a multilateral system and a place where, the Chinese, let's say, and the Indians have been really, really fantastic in sort of, the DSSI conversations. They don't get enough credit for it. The Saudis can all come together and talk. And there's one place where that happens well is in the IMF. So why don't we put the Common Framework Secretariat into the IMF? Secondly, I think inside that Common Framework Secretariat, we can agree on a couple of principles about what countries need to do at entry. Maurice, you mentioned the DSA. I think that the conversations on debt transparency are important. The DSA is important, but we need to begin to look at, what is the rate of return of the resources that we're lending to these countries, and maybe do a little bit more transparency on that end as well. Is another area where I think that the multilateral system can come together very quickly, move the Common Framework Secretariat from Paris to the IMF, make it a really multilateral instrument. When you put it in Paris, there is a sense that, it's still sort of captured by the old club. And so there is difficulty for those new entrants into that club to want to move and have conversations as fast. So countries like Zambia are suffering, countries like Chad are suffering, countries like Ethiopia are suffering, and they cannot afford to suffer. So I think, again, if we just put the politics aside and work on the technical issues that we need to solve to move this forward, we can do it. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera. This is really a good session, but unfortunately, we only have 4 minutes before we finish our session. And there is one, perhaps let me pose another questions from the audience. The question is, the current pressures and depreciation according to the data submitted will have a large enough impact on influence on fiscal of a country. So the question is, I want to ask what kind of political steps are good for these countries to suppress the transition period that is not the same and certain between its country. I do understand that Jayati mentioned about this subsidy for the fossil fuel, and we all know that the government probably need to do something. But again, the constraint is, like Jean-Claude Juncker always said, we all know what to do, we just don't know how to get re-elected after we've done it, right? So at the given constraints, again, anyone, perhaps let me start this time with Vera, and then Jayati, and then Maury. You want to respond to this question, Vera?
I think we know what to do. Again, I can say maybe from the long term, the first answer probably for a lot of the debt conversations and related to monetary tightening in the West is building more domestic capital markets, borrowing more in local currencies. We are doing work with Angola, for example, where we're helping them build a benchmark yield curves for local currency borrowing. So we need to do a lot more of that. But the international system also needs to develop instruments that allow countries to borrow more in local currency. I think that's something that, we'll probably not be able to do tomorrow. We'll do in the long term. But in the intermediate, when you have your debt to GDP go up very quickly because of external pressures, then the first thing that you need is more concessional financing. So we need more resources from the IMF and the World Bank to come to the aid of these countries.
Thank you very much, Vera. Jayati, you want to follow up on this?
Yeah, I suppose in a sense, I'm deeply multilateral at heart, but given the fissures in the global economy and the fragmentation, individual countries, I think they have no choice but to look regionally, look in among, as Vera was kind of suggesting, really, within Africa, within a particular region, within other like-minded countries. I think that's going to happen more and more. I think it's at one level deeply unfortunate because we can't solve these problems only regionally either. But I think that's a path that many countries are choosing right now, is to think of alternative arrangements because the multilateral system is failing them. For that, you really need a wake-up call on the part of the multilateral institutions. Until that happens, I think we're going to see more and more of that. And for individual countries, that's probably the most effective route.
Thank you. Maury?
I just worry where we're heading in terms of general fragmentation as a result of this this conflict in Ukraine, and I hope that the G20 countries can pull themselves out of this this nosedive that they seem to be in, and pursue some of the initiatives that were sketched out, because otherwise we face a sequence of shocks, some of which are clearly in view now. The debt shock is clearly an issue. How are countries with higher debts as a result of COVID going to facing higher interest rates, facing depreciating currencies, deal with the need to support vulnerable segments of their populations, which are large segments, in the face of the food crisis, plus the possibility of more climate disasters, plus the very big possibility of other disease disasters. It's not, as I said, it's not really easy to be optimistic, but I think that it's sort of the challenge of the G20 to find those areas where countries can work together despite the geopolitical tensions, and a number have been sketched out earlier in this session. But we do need a big dose of altruism by countries, and it's not really altruism; it's informed self-interest to try and make some of these G20 initiatives actually work and deliver.
Thank you, Maury. I understand that we are not in the very good situation at this moment. A lot of issues, a lot of problems. Jayati mentioned about the perfect storm, but as discussed by all the panelists, there are several steps that could be undertaken by the G20, the World Bank, and the IMF to work within constraint. Yeah, perhaps we can focus on some steps related to that, including the issue of the SDR, the global cooperation. So try to find a sort of like the universally shared issue that can be done within the short period of time. With that note, I would like to thank you to all the panelists for the excellent remarks and then presentation. So let me invite all audience to give the round of applause to our excellent presenters. Thank you very much to Maury, to Jayati, and also to Fira. So let me hand over this session back to the MC. Thank you very much. Thanks for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shatib. Thanks, Maury.
Thank you. Good to see you, Vera.
Thank you, Dr. Hatip, and all the panelists for such insightful discussions. Now, we will proceed to the next panel on digital transformation, new technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, we had planned to have Professor Danny Roderick as our chair. Unfortunately, due to health reasons, he is unable to attend the panel. Therefore, I will once again invite to the stage former Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia in 2013 to 2014 as our chair for the session. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Hatip Basri.
Thank you very much. A very good morning and good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are. So again, I need to step in for this second session, so bear with me. And then the sub-theme for this session 2 is digital transformation, the new technologies. One thing that we learned from this pandemic is some sectors that could come up with the innovation with the digital technology was relatively doing well compared to other sectors. And we have seen the digital transformation, perhaps I call it as an accidental transformation because the technology is there, but this pandemic is actually pushed to expedite the transformation itself. But on the other hand, we are also seeing that even during the pandemic, there is an issue about this rising of inequality, the digital divide, because not all of the people have an access for the digital. A study done by Asian Development Bank, for example, shows that there is a risk of the setback the quality of the human capital because about maybe 27% of the students, they could not attend the school because the issue of this lack access for the digital. So I think there are a lot of issues about this digital transformation, the new technologies, how do we proceed with this digital transformation in the future. And we are very lucky that in this session we will have an excellent presenters, Dr. Lily Yan Ing, the lead advisors for AREA, and Zia Qureshi, Senior Fellow in the Global Economy and Development Program at the Brookings Institute, and Mr. Albert Park, the Chief Economist of the Asian Development Bank. So without further ado, so perhaps let me invite Lily. You want to start, Lily?
Thank you, Pak Khatib. Thank you all for having me today. Can the Secretariat put my slides, please? Thank you. Let me start with the fact that in 2016, the top 1% of the world's populations own half of the global wealth. And just over the last 2 years, the income of 99% of the global populations has worsened off, while the income of the top 10 richest persons has doubled, of which 8 out of 10 are technology titans. So on behalf of the 99% of global populations, I hope our discussions today should be parts of solutions on what the G20 can do to ensure digital transformations, including digital trade, contribute to development for all. Next. Digital transformations is one of the most crucial innovations that changes modern human life. Present AI-related technologies include software as a service, robotics, Internet of Things, and virtual reality. Over a decade, the annual number of installations of robots worldwide has more than doubled, with more than 400,000 in 2021. China, Japan, the US, Korea, and Germany accounted for 76% of the total industrial robot installations. And over 5 years, investments in AI increased by more than 5 times, from $13 billion in 2015 to $68 billion in 2020. China, India, Canada, and South Africa are among countries with the highest growth in AI hiring. Next. Digital transformations reduces the costs of sharing informations that leads to unprecedented changes in what and how we are doing business and we are doing trade. Digital trade will be a $10 trillion market by 2030. Digital trade is estimated to increase more than 10 times in 20 years, from only less than $1 trillion in 2010 to more than $10 trillion by 2030. Next. And the pandemic has even accelerated digital transformations and digital trade. The developments of digital trade includes digital payments and digital services delivery. As we can see here, the global retail e-commerce sales in 2020 increased by almost 30% from the pre-pandemic levels in 2019. So in 2020, around 24 of firms receives order online, and over 40 firms place orders online. And we can see, I put the highlight in the yellow here, that digital trade was recorded at $4.9 trillion in 2021, estimated to record $5.5 trillion this year, and reach more than $10 trillion by 2030. Next. All in all, digital transformations improves productivity and trade, Technological advances can help us to work faster, and they can also work in the greater precision and accuracy, and thus reduces productions and overall operational cost. Industrial robots and AI can also help markets to function more efficiently, allowing supply and demand or producers and consumers to meet directly and in more efficient ways. And overall, the improvement on productivity and trade, the way we operationalize, this is gonna improve overall human welfare. But at the same time, while digital transformations improve productivity and trade, it also increases inequality in at least two ways. First, displacement effects. Capital and technology take over tasks previously performed by labor, and automations reduces labor shares in value added. That will bring consequences on employment and wages, particularly less skilled workers that can be replaced by robots and AI. Second, premature deindustrialization effects. Digital transformations may bring impacts on developing countries, and one of them will be premature deindustrializations and disappearance of manual and routine jobs. So even though digital transformations and digital trades improves our productivity and trade, we need to keep in mind that it also increases inequality, and that's something that we need to work on together. Next, on top of the key challenges that we are facing in in inequality, we also face key challenges in digital transformations and digital trade. First, privacy. Private individual information and data are exposed to services providers, including pervasive exchange of data that has fueled concerns about the use and misuse of the data. Second, cybersecurity. The expansions of rapid digitalizations and the use of data by businesses and consumers for communications, digital trade, innovations, and others comes along with increased threats against data, against systems, and against people. Third, competitions. Technological advancements enable firms to produce and operate in large, massive economies of scales. That will build up market concentrations. Market concentrations reduces competitions and can be barriers to MSMEs and startups to be in a level playing field, with big technology players tend to use integrations as their strategy to dominate markets and capture more revenues at the cost of consumers. Last, digital divide. Digitalized systems and digitally deliverable goods and services still account for lower shares in the less developed countries than in other parts of the world. Just to give you an idea, only 2% of populations in low-income countries conducted digital trade. Countries, firms, individuals are greatly varied in their digital transformations and digital trade readiness depending on education, skills, and infrastructure. Next, considering the advantages and challenges in digital transformations and digital trade, what can the G20 do? First, let's implement what the G20 has committed in digital transformations and digital trade. We already have many of G20 good documents, including Industrial Revolutions Action Plan, Roadmap for Digitalizations, and recently adoptions of AI by MSMEs. What we need now is how to operationalize and implement these frameworks and commitments. Second, improve the quality of key digital enablers that includes data security and governance, law and regulations, digital infrastructure, and skill. This requires G20 commitments and cooperations to ensure digital inclusiveness for all. Third, promote efforts to improve preparedness, as digital transformations at the end is about people. So the G20 should promote efforts to improve preparedness of the people to reduce digital divides within and across countries. This call for G20 better cooperations in providing necessary incentives and supports for technology adoptions for developing countries, as well as improving the skills of the people. Last but the most important one, improve the quality of privacy law and competitions or antitrust law, and it is crucial to ensure the implementations worldwide. Let me end by hoping that our discussions today can contribute to ensure digital transformations for the development for all. I think we are very fortunate here that we have Dr. Basri, Dr. Qureshi, and Dr. Park with us today. So if you have any difficult questions, you can give it to them while the easy one can go to me. Thank you. I hand it to you, Pak Hatip.
Thank you very much, Lily. So I think Dr. Lily Yan Ing has provided a very good background about our discussion today about the digital transformation, about also what the G20 can do related to that. Now let me move to Dr. Zia Qureshi from Brookings to follow up. Perhaps you can share your view regarding this issue as well. Dr. Qureshi, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I presume you can hear me well.
There is a little bit of echo, but that's fine.
I don't know why we have that. Let me.
But I think that's okay. That's okay. We can still hear you. That's okay, Dr. Qureshi.
It's okay now?
Yeah, it's okay. Dr. Qureshi, okay.
Mute me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. There is still an echo?
Just a little. That's okay. You can continue to give your remarks.
Okay. Well, it's maybe because I hear a lot of echo. I don't know why it's that way. So maybe we can go to the next speaker, and I can follow the next speaker. Hopefully this problem can be resolved in the meantime.
But I think that's okay, Dr. Qureshi, because we can hear you. Yeah, just continue with your presentation.
Okay. I hear a lot of echo here. I don't know why, because I'm hearing myself. So it's difficult for me to speak like this. So I can follow the next speaker, and hopefully the technology people can resolve this problem.
Okay. If that's the case, then let me move to Dr. Albert Park, the Chief Economist of the Asian Development Bank, and probably someone from IT could help Dr. Qureshi related to this IT issue. So let me invite Dr. Albert Park. The screen is yours.
Great. Thank you very much. Maybe someone can put on my slides. So in the meantime, let me just state that I'm very happy to be here and have this opportunity to provide a few reflections on this very important question of digitalization and new technologies. Next slide, please. Let me start by characterizing digitalization as a breakthrough technology. And I want to distinguish it a little bit from automation and computers and AI, which were kind of also discussed by Lily in the previous presentation, where digitalization is really more the use of the internet and online platforms to conduct various types of business activity, but also other types of public service activity. And if we think about technological change more broadly, many of the issues that we need to be concerned about related to digitalization are the same issues that we have been concerned about when other technologies have been introduced. Of course, digitalization, I think, in many ways is much more powerful than many earlier revolutions because there's such a diversity of use. And I really want to emphasize that there's really an opportunity to improve governance and public service provision through digitalization, as well as economic activity. But obviously, the big concern that everyone raises is about the digital divide and whether everyone can benefit from digitalization. And I think that's really where the focus needs to be. Of course, we're going to get a lot of efficiency gains by promoting such a powerful technology and expanding its use. But it's going to really be problematic if we cannot make that process inclusive. So in the figure on the right-hand side of this slide, you can see that it's still the case that the majority of people in Asia Pacific are not connected to the mobile internet as of 2020. One thing that is encouraging is that a lot of that is a usage gap, so 51%. I'm looking at the left-hand bar, and that means that people actually could access the internet. There is service, but they choose not to. And that suggests that barriers to utilization of the internet to some extent may be related to a lack of ability to a literacy to use internet applications and to value it enough to go and purchase a mobile phone or to invest in skills needed to use those things. And those are the kind of challenges that need to be overcome. Now, one of the other exciting potentials of digital technology in being more inclusive than non-digital technologies is that it actually is a real leveler of the playing field in the sense that small and medium-scale enterprises can gain more from cost reductions through digital technologies than larger firms. Of course, we know that larger firms are going to still be greater adopters of these technologies and will benefit a lot. But small firms face a lot of constraints related to economies of scale and to transaction costs, which are very limiting, but can be overcome by digital technology. So in a relative sense, they can gain. But it really requires a lot of effort to make sure that such small enterprises can be connected. The other big issue when we think about new technologies is, does the technology change the demand for skills? Does it really increase the demand for skilled workers versus unskilled workers, which has really important implications for inequality? For instance, we know that computers tended to replace middle skilled workers, and we know that automation has tended to replace lower skilled workers. Well, what about digitalization? I think in general, in terms of digital services trade, which is expanding very rapidly, it's very complementary to skill, actually. It increases the demand for skilled workers who have internet literacy and also good language and communication skills. At the same time, digitalization is such a versatile technology that it, for instance, can help a small enterprise that's producing a good in a remote location do much better. And those are the types of firms that we know tend to employ more people. They tend to employ less skilled workers. And they also are ones that tend to adopt and create new technologies which are more appropriate to factor endowments, which, in other words, in poor countries also will be technologies that employ more unskilled workers. So these are, I think, important thoughts about how to think about inclusiveness. Let's go to the next slide, please. Again, emphasizing that digitalization can really promote much more efficient and accessible provision of public goods, whether it be education, health, social development, climate change, urban, public sector. As was pointed out, and as we've been doing a lot of research on at ADB, the lack of digital connectivity was really a hindrance in many countries, in the students in many countries during the pandemic when schools were closed. At the same time, if many types of technologies, even using mobile phones, et cetera, can actually help overcome remoteness in educational systems. So it can really cut both ways. Next slide, please. And, in surveys that have been done of both banks and firms, there is a growing awareness, especially during the pandemic, that digital technology really can be beneficial to small and medium-sized enterprises, and that banks need to engage in these technological needs of SMEs. And firms that adopt digital technologies really appreciate how much more cost-effective it is and how much greater access they have to a variety of information and services. That said, it's still the case that SMEs have a much more difficulty accessing digital technology and understanding its use and taking advantage of its potential than larger firms that obviously have much more advantages in terms of investments and knowledge. Next slide, please. So next, I want to just talk about some of the drivers of digital trade and digital economy that are kind of structural factors that need to be the focus to promote the development of the digital economy. So we have human capital, connectivity, investment, and policy and regulatory environment. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, it's really important to think about proactively promoting digital literacy, which we know from this left-hand side figure is positively associated with the share of services trade that is digital. And digital literacy includes proficiency in information technology, critical thinking, and communication skills. That means to upgrade those literacy skills means addressing school curriculum issues and training at the school level, but also for workers to think about ways to have digitally focused initiatives for reskilling and platforms where workers or individuals can go and develop their digital skills. Next slide, please. Also, a lot of accessibility issues are required to increase digital readiness. This is a ranking of different countries in terms of technology, people, governance, and impact, which all affect digital access, and you can see there's quite a variation across countries in the region, and so it means we really need to redouble our efforts to narrow these digital divides. Next slide, please. To do this will require quite a lot of investment, and estimates from the World Economic Forum suggest that the investment caps are still quite large, especially in Asia, where the gaps account for a pretty sizable share of the global gap in digital infrastructure financing. So we really need to encourage governments to see the value of making these investments. And I think multilaterals and other stakeholders can also help support last stage digital infrastructure investments to reach remote areas or other vulnerable groups and help them be able to access the infrastructure that does exist. Next slide, please. And finally, in terms of the policy and regulatory environment, there's a lot of areas that need to be dealt with. Some of these were mentioned by Lily in terms of ensuring freer data flow, cybersecurity, data protection, privacy. So every country needs to balance the concerns of different stakeholders and deciding on the right and types of regulations, but it's important to make progress in providing clarity on this. And to promote trade, of course, we want to reduce restrictiveness. And we can see on the right-hand side that many countries in the region still have a high level of trade restrictiveness in the digital area. Next slide. I'm almost done. I just have 2 slides left, I think. Next slide, please. Yeah, so regional cooperation is important for digital trade. It's important not only to harmonize regulations, but also to make it easier for small and medium-scale enterprises to deal with a lot of trade logistics issues like contracting, trade facilitation, in a way that'll make it easier for them to join in these. And that requires a harmonization across countries and many of these frameworks, but also domestic regulations that also take into account these international harmonization needs. And last slide, finally. So let me just conclude by just reiterating some of the main points. Last slide, please. The first is that digitalization has really great potential to promote inclusive development, but that's not going to happen by itself. And the trends are not that promising right now, I think, in realizing that full inclusive potential. We do need infrastructures in these different areas that I mentioned. We also need to work on regulations and have international cooperation to harmonize regulations and standards. And of course, I think that the big challenge and the real focus of G20 and governments needs to be on focusing on the digital divide issues and the distributional impacts. New technologies are opportunities, but we need to shape them and incentivize them in ways that can be most beneficial for the poor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Park. So let me now move to Dr. Qureshi. I hope it's okay now with your microphone. So you can, could someone help me to unmute? Yeah, Dr. Qureshi, the screen is yours.
Thank you for the invitation, and sorry about that technical difficulty, but it has been resolved, so thank you again. It is good to see a session devoted to technological transformation at this G20 event. Technological change is a defining feature of our time. Advances in digital technologies hold great potential to boost economic prosperity and human welfare. But as they reshape economies, they also pose important challenges and risks, not least of which is rising inequality, with its adverse economic, social, and political consequences. So a key element of the forward public policy agenda in countries today is how best to harness the potential of technological transformation to promote inclusive growth and development. And my presentation touches on aspects of this challenge, and in doing so, I will also complement some points already made by fellow panelists. Next slide, please. In the interest of time, I'll skip that, so we go to the next slide. Yeah, over the period of the digital transformation, income inequality within countries has risen. This slide shows the Gini coefficient, a broad measure of inequality for G20 member countries. In advanced economies, there is a stronger, more consistent trend of increased inequality. In emerging economies, the picture is a bit more varied, but inequality has risen in most of them. Next slide, please. No, the previous one. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, no, the previous one, the one that you just showed. Yeah, this one. Thank you. Not only has inequality been rising, the expected productivity dividend from digital technologies has not fully materialized. Paradoxically, productivity growth has slowed rather than accelerated in many economies as digital technologies have advanced. The productivity slowdown extends across OECD economies and many emerging economies as well. Economic growth, consequently, has trended lower. So the proverbial economic pie is not only more unequally distributed today, it is also growing more slowly. The twin trends of rising inequality and slower productivity growth are vividly illustrated by the US economy as seen in this slide. Since the early 1980s, the share of the top 10% in income in the US has risen from 34% to 46%. Productivity growth slowed considerably after the early 2000s and has since averaged less than half of the growth rate of the decade prior to the slowdown. Next slide, please. So what explains these trends? An important factor is how technology is changing dynamics in product and labor markets and transforming business and work. In product markets, the benefits of digital innovations have been captured mostly by a relatively small number of large firms. The diffusion of new technologies across firms has been weak, and markets are shifting toward more concentrated monopolistic structures. This is due in part to the very nature of the new technologies that can generate winner-take-all type dynamics because of economies of scale, network effects, and data agglomeration. But it is due in part also to competition and regulatory policy failures in the face of shifting market dynamics. Next slide, please. Evidence from OECD countries shows that the slowdown in productivity growth at its root reflects a growing inequality in productivity performance between firms. As shown in this slide, in firms at the technological frontier, productivity growth has been relatively strong, but it has stagnated or slowed in the vast majority of other firms, depressing aggregate productivity growth. Between 2000 and 2018, labor productivity among the top 5% of firms in OECD economies cumulatively rose by around 50%. Among the other 95% of firms, the increase was well below 10%. Next slide. While product markets are seeing rising inequality between firms, labor markets are seeing rising inequality between workers. Automation and digital advances are changing the nature of work and shifting labor demand away from routine low to middle level skills toward new higher level skills. On the supply side, however, adjustment has been slow in equipping workers with skills that complement the new technologies. Education and training have been losing the race with technology. As a result, the skill premium and wage inequality have been rising. Job markets have seen increasing polarization, with demand shifting away, in particular, from routine middle-level skills that are more easily automatable. Artificial intelligence, the next phase of the digital revolution, could intensify these trends. Next slide. This slide showing the widening gap between the earnings of workers at different education levels in the United States illustrates the rise in wage inequality. In the US, it is estimated that up to 70% of the increase in earnings inequality between 1980 and 2016 may be due to the automation of tasks formerly done by human workers. Next slide, please. This slide, covering some European countries, illustrates job polarization, with middle skill jobs losing employment share to higher skill jobs. Importantly, part of the workforce displaced from middle skill jobs is having to move to lower skill, lower productivity, lower wage jobs, giving rise to a kind of inverse Lewis economy. Next slide. Also, income has been shifting from labor to capital, as illustrated in this slide covering G7 countries that shows a rising share of capital in national income. Again, labor saving and capital favoring technological change has been a dominant factor behind this trend. Other factors have played a role as well in the decline of the labor income share, including globalization. Next slide. I'll skip this one to save time. Let's go to the next one. While inequality within many countries has been rising in recent decades, inequality between countries has been falling. This is depicted in this slide that decomposes global inequality into two components: within country inequality and between country inequality. Faster growing developing economies have been narrowing the income gap with advanced economies. But technological change poses new challenges to this global economic convergence by altering patterns of comparative advantage, trade, and growth. Export-oriented industrialization in emerging economies has been driven by their comparative advantage in labor-intensive manufacturing based on large populations of low-skilled, low-wage workers. This source of comparative advantage increasingly will erode as automation of low-skilled work expands, disrupting traditional pathways to development. Next slide. Yeah, this is my last slide. So what does all this mean for policy? The ongoing far-reaching transformation of markets and economies by technological change calls for new thinking and major adaptations in policies. But public policy in general has lagged behind the shifting growth and distributional dynamics. The result has been both a failure to capture the full productivity potential of the new technologies and a failure to counteract some of the effects of these technologies that increase economic inequality. The trends of slowing productivity growth and rising inequality are linked. And an important reason behind these trends is that public policy has been behind the curve in responding to technology-driven transformations. Political discourse on public policy to combat inequality often focuses narrowly on redistribution, that is, progressive taxes and transfers. That is, of course, an important part, but there's a much broader and crucial agenda of redistribution to make the growth process itself more inclusive. In capturing the full promise of the digital revolution, growth and inclusion are not competing, but complementary objectives. Public policy must enable broader participation of firms and workers, including smaller firms and wider segments of the workforce, in the opportunities created by new technologies. The agenda to harness transformative technological change to promote more inclusive growth and development may be framed in terms of 5 key elements as set out in this slide. I, of course, do not have the time to go into any detail, but would just briefly mention them, and perhaps we can come back to some of them in the Q&A part. First, competition policy and regulatory frameworks need to be revamped for the digital age. This spans antitrust policy, regulation of data, digital platforms, and tech giants, and, as some would also argue, consideration of ways to broaden capital ownership as automation shifts income from labor to capital. And new disciplines are needed to govern digital globalization, that is, digital trade, cross-border digital business. Second, investment in digital infrastructure should be boosted to reduce the digital divide. Third, education and training systems should be bolstered and oriented to meet the changing skill needs, including stronger, more widely accessible, and innovative programs for upskilling, reskilling, and lifelong learning. Fourth, labor market policies and social protection systems should be refashioned to better support workers in job markets characterized by more frequent and more challenging job transitions and more diverse work arrangements. How social contracts provide opportunity, risk sharing, and security needs, and security needs to be rethought for the digital age. And finally, policymakers need to pay more attention to shaping technological change itself. Deploying public policy tools such as R&D and incentives to foster new technologies that serve broader economic and social goals, rather than the interests of narrow groups of investors, including more labor-friendly and development-friendly innovation. On much of this agenda, the G20 countries have an important role to play, individually and collectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Qureshi, for your excellent presentation. Before I open the Q&A session, let me invite, I was informed by the organizer that we need to do the photo session. So could someone from the organizer help me to give a cue on this?
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. I think we are done. Now we can open the Q&A sessions. While we are waiting for questions from the audience, perhaps let me open this session by pose a question to all of the panelists. I understand, I noted that all the panelists mentioned about the importance of this regulatory environment. Yeah, and I think we all agree with this. But let me ask you a question from someone who used to work for the government as a policymaker. How do you project the government to position themselves? Because with this digital technology, the product cycle is getting shorter and shorter. Yeah, and then the innovation will happen probably, I don't know, maybe every year or even every 6 months. So under this kind of situation, how the regulators can introduce a regulation will only last for about 1 year. Yeah, I can imagine the best answer for this is we need an agile bureaucracy. But agile bureaucracy is an oxymoron. There is no way that bureaucracy can be agile. So with this kind of constraint, how the government project themselves, and then what kind of government needs to do to anticipate about this disruption, the very short the product cycle. So perhaps you want to answer this question, because I'm more concerned about the government 4.0 than industrial 4.0. Shall I start perhaps with Dr. Park?
Yeah, that's a very difficult question. Obviously, the capacity of governments in different countries is going to also vary quite a bit. But I think governments themselves need to embrace the digital technologies to actually be able to monitor in real time what's happening in these sectors. I think for a lot of regulatory issues, you don't need to be updating the regulations every 6 months, even though the technologies are changing. But you need to see, especially as dominant technologies emerge, if there are issues related to the key regulatory concerns like competition, privacy, et cetera, then of course, the government will have to be as responsive as it can be. But I think if it's careful about laying down very core principles and harmonizing them globally, if to the extent that's possible, and also just having clear standards about core concerns, I think those can be quite robust. And really, I mean, in a lot of ways, the government also needs to step out of the way and allow the innovation in the sector to flourish. And the last point I want to make is that I really liked the last slide, of the last presentation, and this point about being proactive and shaping how technologies affect inclusiveness, I think is really important because I think it's one that's easily overlooked. There are a lot of ways that government can support new small firms that are providing new technologies, both in public sector, like for schools, for healthcare delivery, other things that can also really make progress towards inclusivity. But also just thinking about ways to make existing digital technologies more accessible to remote areas, but also small firms. The barriers are not always about the infrastructure. A lot of times it's also about the knowledge and awareness of information. So let me stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Park. So let me invite Dr. Qureshi.
Yeah, thank you. Just to complement what Dr. Park said, some of the main elements of what needs to be done in terms of realigning competition and regulatory policy with the new dynamics, with the new realities of changing dynamics in markets as a result of technological change. So the main elements of the agenda are relatively clear in terms of the antitrust policy, the regulation of data, of digital platforms that have emerged as gatekeepers in the digital economy, of tech giants that increasingly look like natural or quasi-natural monopolies. The agenda in terms of the main elements is relatively clear. Of course, there may be tweaking needed along the way, but at this point, I think that the main challenge is to get on with that agenda in terms of these main elements. And as Dr. Park said, government's own sort of progress on e-governance can help with respect to monitoring, etc. And in terms of institutional capacity of relevant agencies to manage this kind of reform, that could be a constraint because, as I said, many of the issues that are now faced are new. They require new thinking, significant adaptations in existing policies. So there could be a question of capacity constraint in relevant agencies. And that's why in some countries, I mean, there is an effort to develop institutional capacity that is dedicated to focus on regulatory issues relating to the digital economy. The countries such as France, Germany, UK, Australia are in the process of or are contemplating establishing units within their relevant agency framework, units that will develop capacity to focus on this regulatory reform agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Qureshi. Dr. Ring?
Thank you. I just would like to highlight 2 points. One is that digital transformations is as quick as climate change. So if we don't do it now, it will be too late for us to take any actions. So I think the governments all over the world are in the positions that they have no choices other than to do it now rather than it will be too late for every of every of us. The second, I think actually there are many of low-hanging fruits in terms of regulatory framework. One, as I mentioned, is very important on the data protections. So it's very important to have law and regulations on privacy. And second, on competitions, I think it happens in most of developing countries that we don't have proper privacy law and competitions law. So I think it's very important for us to have this kind of regulatory frameworks. The third one, it may take some time for us in terms of developing skills, but we can learn from the success stories of Korea. Back to 20 years ago, Korea was really nothing in terms of digital transformations, but Korea invests a lot in vocational training, invest a lot in infrastructures to enable its people to pick up this massive growth in digital transformations. And look at Korea now. Korea and Singapore are among the top highest, I could say, like success countries in terms of digital transformations. So I think for developing countries and low in middle income countries, we can have lessons learned from the success stories from other countries in terms of development of skills, which is the key essence of the developments in digital transformations.
Thank you, Lily. This is a great session, but unfortunately, we only have 3 more minutes to go. Yeah, but let me ask you one question, if you don't mind, to all of you. I noted that one of the issues that been discussed is also about the issue of this inequality. Yeah, my question is, how do we strike the balance? Because somehow this digital technology also provide an access for like the small medium enterprise. Let me give an example. People in the probably remote village in Indonesia would like to sell their coffee. Now they have the access because the digital technology. But as all of you already mentioned, there is a risk of the rising inequality because maybe the unskilled labor probably will not enjoying this improvement of the digital technology as much as the skilled worker. Yeah. So what kind of the government intervention needs to be done related to that? That's the first one. The second one, and in terms of this perspective, G20, is there anything that G20 can do related to this issue? So let me start with Dr. Qureshi first, and then Dr. Park, and then Lily.
Thank you. Well, the agenda, we outlined the main elements of the agenda to promote more inclusive growth and development outcomes from technological change, which spans regulatory policies to level the playing field, digital divide. You touched on access issues, the training, retraining of displaced workers, labor market, active labor market policies to help workers move to new jobs and support them during the transition. So it's a framework of policies that are relevant. And as I said, these are also policies that are needed to better capture the productivity dividend from the new technologies. So there isn't a conflict between growth and equity objectives when it comes to getting the most out of digital transformation. And in terms of G20, Much of this agenda is at the national level in terms of policies that governments can take, but there are also elements that require coordination among countries, certainly in the area of digital trade, the new disciplines that are needed relating to digital globalization, digitally deliverable services, regulation of data, competition. Many of these issues have cross-border dimensions that require coordination. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Qureshi. Dr. Park?
Yeah, if you're asking how can we make sure digitalization helps unskilled workers, let me emphasize 2 points. First, obviously, the first thing to do is to provide more skills to workers through education, but also through efforts to help adult workers improve their digital literacy, and of course to support managers of small and medium scale enterprises to learn how to use digital technologies, both to access markets, but also to improve various aspects of their business operations. We've had some other research that suggests that digital adoption by firms also facilitates new business model development, which also is a kind of an innovation. So those are areas. And then the second kind of point in terms of macro policy is that governments need to set factor prices that do not over-incentivize automation and technologies that will displace unskilled workers. In other words, don't tax labor, tax capital, or tax them equally so that there isn't a bias that many countries have towards capital-intensive technologies that tend to displace unskilled workers. And I think that needs to be the first, get the basic factor prices right so there isn't perverse incentives. And then the second is to incentivize or promote technologies that are more unskilled worker friendly. That really does require some effort at understanding the technologies and targeting them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Park. Lily? You are still.
Let me propose 4 things. First, in terms of helping the poor and those who are living in remote areas, I think we cannot just only work on digital transformations point of view per se. I think government should provide social security safety nets and helping the poor by having access to education, clean water, electricity, and road. I think that's very important if they have those basic needs. Those basic needs are very important for them to survive, to get better educations, and to improve their skills. The second one, I think we need to empower local organizations, including students, college students, those who are in the skilled labor, to do voluntary work to help those who are less skilled labor or in the remote area, but link them with the incentives. I learned many of developed countries now, if they want to apply to the good universities or they want to apply to good jobs, they also consider this kind of voluntary works so that they are willing to do this kind of voluntary works to help brothers and sisters who are in need of both improvement their skills as well as in particular in digital transformations. Third, intensifies trainings. As we learn from Dr. Qureshi and Dr. Parks talking about incentives, talking about giving trainings, but I think it's very important for firms to also get kind of incentives. So if they're providing trainings for their workers, they're can have the tax incentive for providing trainings. So I learned many of the governments adopt local content requirements. I don't think that it's gonna work picking up the winners, but instead of imposing local content requirements, the government can provide tax incentive for those firms who are providing training. And I think by doing so, they can attract a partnership or foreign direct investments, or at least they can improve their worker skills. And the fourth one, in terms of G20 cooperations, as I've already learned many of G20 documents, I mentioned G20 actually have a lot of very good documents already, but it's now time for us to implement and operationalize, including those with the adoptions of AI by MSMEs. I think we really need to have this kind of what the steps to operationalize these frameworks, as well as the guidelines to be able to ensure that this kind of cooperations can ensure inclusiveness not only for developed countries but also inclusiveness in low and middle income countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lily. Unfortunately, time is up. It's already past 6 minutes from the behind the schedule. I don't want to sort of like make a conclusion of this session, but let me perhaps highlight some of the key issues. I think, as Lily said, that it is inevitable that digital transformation is needed, and we probably need to anticipate. But there are several issues need to be considered seriously and taken into account, including the issue of this digital divide, the rising inequality, and also the regulatory environment. So with that note, I do hope that we will continue with the digital transformation, but a government at the national level could address some of the concerns related to this digital transformation. And perhaps the most important thing is to be implemented. And then support from the G20 at the global level will also be very important, especially about the data flows, the standard, etc. Before I conclude this session, I would like to invite all the audience to give the round of applause for our excellent speakers. And thank you very much for Dr. Albert Park, the Chief Economist of the Asian Development Bank, Dr. Zia Qureshi, Senior Fellow in the Global Economy and Development Program of the Brookings Institute, and Dr. Lily Yan Ing, Lead Advisor of the area, for the excellent presentation. So once again, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Thank you. I hand over back to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hatip, and all the speakers for preparing such excellent presentations. Next, we will have a break until 12 o'clock Jakarta time. Afterwards, we will proceed to the third and final panel for the day on financing the sustainable development. With such exciting topic in mind, make sure to be back in your seats on time. Thank you for tuning in and see you in the next panel.
years, the means of communications, such as smartphones, computers, tablets, helps us to attain the convenience for our activities without barriers. And it has rapidly developed in Indonesia. The day seems no longer 24 hours. There are always a lot of things that have to be done as fast as possible, as precise as it can be. The use of big data technology finally needed to support these activities. Fast-paced and precise digital norms have spread to all industrial sectors in Indonesia, such as commerce, education, health, entertainment, transportation, culinary, finance, etc. The penetration of the digital needs is expanding and building a new ecosystem across sectors. One that stands out the most and has a major impact on national economic growth is e-commerce. And nowadays, the industry is growing persistently. Becoming the largest market for e-commerce in Southeast Asia, according to Google Temasek report in 2001, Indonesia's digital value is estimated to reach $53 billion and is predicted to reach $104 billion by 2025. In an interview with CNBC Indonesia, Indonesia's central bank estimated that the total value of e-commerce transactions in 2021 is 395 rupiah trillion or 48.4% year-over-year growth, in line with the rapid accelerations of the digital economy and national finance. In 2019, Indonesia received the highest rank for the world's e-commerce growth with an achievement up to 78%. This figure far exceeded the average growth of e-commerce in the world, which was only 14%, in Asia at 28%. The presence of numerous Indonesian startups have successfully attained unicorn status, or with valuations of over $1 billion, also encourages the growth of the other companies. It also brings positive impacts to the growth of the digital economy in Indonesia. Not only that, Indonesia's demographic bonus, having led to the abundance of the millennial generations, has also been proven to encourage faster digitalization. Apart from being users, the millennial generations also has a big role in encouraging technological development. Their roles dominate as users in almost all sectors of the digital economy. With curious and dynamic characters, they take an active role. Indonesia clearly has a great opportunity to be the most advanced country for the world's e-commerce industry. These achievements were obtained by the effort of all stakeholders that supports Indonesia's economic growth. Besides the revolutionary innovations from the digital platform, there is also support from the government, who always open their hands to the business interests. When the pandemic strikes in the midst of the rapid growth of Indonesia's digital industries, the digital economy comes up as one of the alternative solutions. At a time when our nation's economy was shaken, micro, small, medium enterprises have been suffering due to the COVID-19. However, by adopting digital technology, these MSMEs are able to survive the recession. According our data, since May 2020, there have been 9 million of MSMEs using digital platforms. The data prove that digital platforms are reliable for the MSMEs to channel their products and to be marketing platforms in Indonesia. However, they are only 20% of MSMEs which adopt digital transformation from 64 million of MSMEs that have been operated in Indonesia. MSMEs can be said to be the locomotive of the economy during the pandemic. MSMEs are empowered by adopting digital businesses. they could reach their online market of 202 millions of internet users in the country or even abroad. In its fast-paced growth, e-commerce has pushed the connectivity between online and offline activities, where it can transform developing networks such as traditional and small shops in traditional markets, which are still disconnected. This year, more than 12 million MSMEs in these sectors have adopted QR Indonesia standard as their channel for cashless transactions. As a result, Indonesia is awarded in Payment Innovations in Central Banking's FinTech and RegTech Global Awards. Study says women also have more opportunities to contribute to the economy as well as earn their livelihood. Through digital adoptions, they gain the confidence and access to build a business even starting from inside their houses. Seeing the growing number of internet users, the Indonesian digital market is certainly a fertile ground for e-commerce to grow rapidly. So, the digital economy is contributing to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, one of which economic pillars such as job creation as well as innovation to support economic growth. To achieve that, the digital economy must transform its digital environment to be inclusive and able to spread their benefits to every element of the society. E-commerce in Indonesia has grown its access for the development of economy to the society to every part of the nation. We invite the global society, the nations that are incorporated in the G20, to spread the benefits of digital transformations to the whole of the world. We believe that with this way, the Sustainable Development Goals can be achieved faster.
Hari ini Indonesia telah memasuki babak baru di mana transformasi ekonomi yang memadukan nilai menumbuhkan optimisme baru bisnis Indonesia dengan berbagai regulasi dari hulu hingga hilir. Hari ini juga Indonesia telah masuk pada babak baru tentang menuju kepada ekonomi hijau. Energi baru terbarukan adalah sesuatu yang harus dilaksanakan untuk memberikan kontribusi terbaiknya bagi dunia.
印尼政策的变化，我们感觉到非常满意。然后这里的投资让我们更有信心，我们觉得在这里投资更安全。
The transformation of investment policy in Indonesia has changed considerably and is optimistic that the government's commitment will ensure for business sustainability.
Especially human resource, natural resource, all is very important for investor. Indonesia have many attractive investment packages.
As a long-term investor in Indonesia, we have seen transformational change in the ease of doing business and investing in Indonesia. This has made us even more confident to expand our business and at the same time involve small and local medium-sized enterprises, Indonesian companies, to join in our expansion of our business in Indonesia.
Demand support was provided by the Indonesian government to give investor easy access. Where we have two terminals here. One is a terminal car and other is a containers terminal, where we are going to be run operationally commercials in 2024.
We want to serve and reach satisfaction together with our investors.
今回の変革により、インドネシアの投資はもっと進むと思います。
Inilah kami. Jadilah bagian dari perubahan masa baru Indonesia. Silakan Anda datang membawa teknologi dan modal. Biarkanlah kami yang akan mengurus perizinannya. Semuanya ini kita lakukan dalam bentuk kolaborasi yang positif untuk saling menguntungkan.
presentation as part of Indonesia G20 Sherpa meeting. I've seen some really impressive examples of Indonesian innovation and technology, and I hope that we will be able to share experience and best practice through the G20 this year. Thank you very much.
recent years, the means of communications, such as smartphones, computers, tablets, helps us to attain the convenience for our activities without barriers. And it has rapidly developed in Indonesia. The day seems no longer 24 hours. There are always a lot of things that have to be done as fast as possible, as precise as it can be. The use of big data technology finally needed to support these activities. Fast-paced and precise digital norms have spread to all industrial sectors in Indonesia, such as commerce, education, health, entertainment, transportation, culinary, finance, etc. The penetration of the digital needs is expanding and building a new ecosystem across sectors. One that stands out the most and has a major impact on national economic growth is e-commerce. And nowadays, the industry is growing persistently. Becoming the largest market for e-commerce in Southeast Asia, according to Google Temasek report in 2001, Indonesia's digital value is estimated to reach $53 billion and is predicted to reach $104 billion by 2025. In an interview with CNBC Indonesia, Indonesia's central bank estimated that the total value of e-commerce transactions in 2021 is 395 rupiah trillion or 48.4% year-over-year growth, in line with the rapid accelerations of the digital economy and national finance. In 2019, Indonesia received the highest rank for the world's e-commerce growth with an achievement up to 78%. This figure far exceeded the average growth of e-commerce in the world, which was only 14%, in Asia at 28%. The presence of numerous Indonesian startups have successfully attained unicorn status, or with valuations of over $1 billion, also encourages the growth of the other companies. It also brings positive impacts to the growth of the digital economy in Indonesia. Not only that, Indonesia's demographic bonus, having led to the abundance of the millennial generations, has also been proven to encourage faster digitalization. Apart from being users, the millennial generations also has a big role in encouraging technological development. Their roles dominate as users in almost all sectors of the digital economy. With curious and dynamic characters, they take an active role. Indonesia clearly has a great opportunity to be the most advanced country for the world's e-commerce industry. These achievements were obtained by the effort of all stakeholders that supports Indonesia's economic growth. Besides the revolutionary innovations from the digital platform, there is also support from the government, who always open their hands to the business interests. When the pandemic strikes in the midst of the rapid growth of Indonesia's digital industries, the digital economy comes up as one of the alternative solutions. At a time when our nation's economy was shaken, micro, small, medium enterprises have been suffering due to the COVID-19. However, by adopting digital technology, these MSMEs are able to survive the recession. According our data, since May 2020, there have been 9 million of MSMEs using digital platforms. The data prove that digital platforms are reliable for the MSMEs to channel their products and to be marketing platforms in Indonesia. However, they are only 20% of MSMEs which adopt digital transformation from 64 million of MSMEs that have been operated in Indonesia. MSMEs can be said to be the locomotive of the economy during the pandemic. MSMEs are empowered by adopting digital businesses. They could reach their online market of 202 million of internet users in the country or even abroad. In its fast-paced growth, e-commerce has pushed the connectivity between online and offline activities, where it can transform developing networks such as traditional and small shops in traditional markets, which are still disconnected. This year, more than 12 million MSMEs in these sectors have adopted QR Indonesia standard as their channel for cashless transactions. As a result, Indonesia is awarded in Payment Innovations in Central Banking's FinTech and RegTech Global Awards. Study says women also have more opportunities to contribute to the economy as well as earn their livelihood. Through digital adoptions, they gain the confidence and access to build a business even starting from inside their houses. Seeing the growing number of internet users, the Indonesian digital market is certainly a fertile ground for e-commerce to grow rapidly. So, the digital economy is contributing to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, one of which economic pillars such as job creation as well as innovation to support economic growth. To achieve that, the digital economy must transform its digital environment to be inclusive and able to spread their benefits to every element of the society. E-commerce in Indonesia has grown its access for the development of economy to the society to every part of the nation. We invite the global society, the nations that are incorporated in the G20, to spread the benefits of digital transformations to the whole of the world. We believe that with this way, the Sustainable Development Goals can be achieved faster.
Hari ini Indonesia telah memasuki babak baru di mana transformasi ekonomi yang memadukan teknologi terbaru untuk menciptakan nilai tambah sumber daya alam, menumbuhkan optimisme baru bisnis Indonesia dengan berbagai regulasi dari hulu hingga hilir. Hari ini juga Indonesia telah masuk pada babak baru tentang menuju kepada ekonomi hijau. Energi baru terbarukan adalah sesuatu yang harus dilaksanakan untuk memberikan kontribusi terbaiknya bagi dunia.
印尼政策的变化，我们感觉到非常满意。然后这里的投资让我们更有信心，我们觉得在这里投资更安全。
The transformation of investment policy in Indonesia has changed considerably and is optimistic that the government's commitment will ensure for business sustainably.
Especially human resource, natural resource, all is very important for investor. Indonesia have many attractive investment acts.
As a long-term investor in Indonesia, we have seen transformational change in the ease of doing business and investing in Indonesia. This has made us even more confident to expand our business and at the same time involve small and local medium-sized enterprises, Indonesian companies, to join in our expansion of our business in Indonesia.
Demand support was provided by the Indonesian government to give investor easy access. Where we have two terminals here. One is a terminal car, another is a containers terminal, where we are going to be run operationally commercials on 2024.
We want to serve and reach satisfaction together with our investors.
今回の変革により、インドネシアの投資はもっと進むと思います。
Inilah kami, jadilah bagian dari perubahan masa baru Indonesia. Silakan Anda datang membawa teknologi dan modal. Biarkanlah kami yang akan mengurus perizinannya. Semuanya ini kita lakukan dalam bentuk kolaborasi yang positif untuk saling menguntungkan.
as part of Indonesia G20 Sherpa meeting, I've seen some really impressive examples of Indonesian innovation and technology, and I hope that we will be able to share experience and best practice through the G20 this year. Thank you very much.
recent years, the means of communications, such as smartphones, computers, tablets, helps us to attain the convenience for our activities without barriers. And it has rapidly developed in Indonesia. The day seems no longer 24 hours. There are always a lot of things that have to be done as fast as possible, as precise as it can be. The use of big data technology finally needed to support these activities. Fast-paced and precise digital norms have spread to all industrial sectors in Indonesia, such as commerce, education, health, entertainment, transportation, culinary, finance, etc. The penetration of the digital needs is expanding and building a new ecosystem across sectors. One that stands out the most and has a major impact on national economic growth is e-commerce. And nowadays, the industry is growing persistently. Becoming the largest market for e-commerce in Southeast Asia, according to Google Temasek report in 2001, Indonesia's digital value is estimated to reach $53 billion and is predicted to reach $104 billion by 2025. In an interview with CNBC Indonesia, Indonesia's central bank estimated that the total value of e-commerce transactions in 2021 is 395 rupiah trillion, or 48.4% year-over-year growth, in line with the rapid accelerations of the digital economy and national finance. In 2019, Indonesia received the highest rank for the world's e-commerce growth, with an achievement up to 78%. This figure far exceeded the average growth of e-commerce in the world, which was only 14%, in Asia at 28%. The presence of numerous Indonesian startups have successfully attained unicorn status, or with valuations of over $1 billion, also encourages the growth of the other companies. It also brings positive impacts to the growth of the digital economy in Indonesia. Not only that, Indonesia's demographic bonus, having led to the abundance of the millennial generations, has also been proven to encourage faster digitalization. Apart from being users, the millennial generations also has a big role in encouraging technological development. Their roles dominate as users in almost all sectors of the digital economy. With curious and dynamic characters, they take an active role. Indonesia clearly has a great opportunity to be the most advanced country for the world's e-commerce industry. These achievements were obtained by the effort of all stakeholders that supports Indonesia's economic growth. Besides the revolutionary innovations from the digital platform, there is also support from the government, who always open their hands to the business interests. When the pandemic strikes in the midst of the rapid growth of Indonesia's digital industries, the digital economy comes up as one of the alternative solutions. At a time when our nation's economy was shaken, micro, small, medium enterprises have been suffering due to the COVID-19. However, by adopting digital technology, these MSMEs are able to survive the recession. According our data, since May 2020, there have been 9 million of MSMEs using digital platforms. The data prove that digital platforms are reliable for the MSMEs to channel their products and to be marketing platforms in Indonesia. However, they are only 20% of MSMEs which adopt digital transformation from 64 million of MSMEs that have been operated in Indonesia. MSMEs can be said to be the locomotive of the economy during the pandemic. MSMEs are empowered by adopting digital businesses. They could reach their online market of 202 million of internet users in the country or even abroad. In its fast-paced growth, e-commerce has pushed the connectivity between online and offline activities, where it can transform developing networks such as traditional and small shops in traditional markets, which are still disconnected. This year, more than 12 million MSMEs in these sectors have adopted QR Indonesia standard as their channel for cashless transactions. As a result, Indonesia is awarded in payment innovations in Central Banking's FinTech and RegTech Global Awards. Study says women also have more opportunities to contribute to the economy as well as earn their livelihood. Through digital adoptions, they gain the confidence and access to build a business even starting from inside their houses. Seeing the growing number of internet users, the Indonesian digital market is certainly a fertile ground for e-commerce to grow rapidly. So, the digital economy is contributing to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, one of which economic pillars such as job creation as well as innovation to support economic growth. To achieve that, the digital economy must transform its digital environment to be inclusive and able to spread their benefits to every element of the society. E-commerce in Indonesia has grown its access for the development of economy to the society to every part of the nation. We invite the global society, the nations that are incorporated in the G20, to spread the benefits of digital transformations to the whole of the world. We believe that with this way, the Sustainable Development Goals can be achieved faster.
Hari ini Indonesia telah memasuki babak baru di mana transformasi ekonomi yang memadukan teknologi terbaru, untuk menciptakan nilai tambah sumber daya alam, menumbuhkan optimisme baru bisnis Indonesia dengan berbagai regulasi dari hulu hingga hilir. Hari ini juga Indonesia telah masuk pada babak baru tentang menuju kepada ekonomi hijau. Energi baru terbarukan adalah sesuatu yang harus dilaksanakan untuk memberikan kontribusi terbaiknya bagi dunia.
印尼政策的变化，我们感觉到非常满意。然后这里的投资让我们更有信心，我们觉得在这里投资更安全。
The transformation of investment policy in Indonesia has changed considerably and is optimistic that the government's commitment will ensure for business sustainably.
Especially human resource, natural resource, all is very important for investor. Indonesia have many attractive investment acts.
As a long-term investor in Indonesia, we have seen transformational change in the ease of doing business and investing in Indonesia. This has made us even more confident to expand our business and at the same time involve small and local medium-sized enterprises, Indonesian companies to join in our expansion of our business in Indonesia.
Demand support was provided by the Indonesian government to give investor easy access. Where we have two terminals here, one is a terminal car and other is a containers terminal, where we are going to be run operationally commercials on 2024.
We want to serve and reach satisfaction together with our investors.
今回の変革によりインドネシアの投資はもっと進むと思います。
Inilah kami, jadilah bagian dari perubahan masa baru Indonesia. Silakan Anda datang membawa teknologi dan modal. Biarkanlah kami yang akan mengurus perizinannya. Semuanya ini kita lakukan dalam bentuk kolaborasi yang positif untuk saling menguntungkan.
It's a great pleasure to be here at the Industry 4.0 presentation as part of Indonesia G20 Sherpa meeting. I've seen some really impressive examples of Indonesian innovation and technology, and I hope that we will be able to share experience and best practice through the G20 this year. Thank you very much.
The means of communications, such as smartphones, computers, tablets, helps us to attain the convenience for our activities without barriers. And it has rapidly developed in Indonesia. The day seems no longer 24 hours. There are always a lot of things that have to be done as fast as possible, as precise as it can be. The use of big data technology finally needed to support these activities. Fast-paced and precise digital norms have spread to all industrial sectors in Indonesia, such as commerce, education, health, entertainment, transportation, culinary, finance, etc. The penetration of the digital needs is expanding and building a new ecosystem across sectors. One that stands out the most and has a major impact on national economic growth is e-commerce. And nowadays, the industry is growing persistently. Becoming the largest market for e-commerce in Southeast Asia, according to Google Temasek report in 2001, Indonesia's digital value is estimated to reach $53 billion and is predicted to reach $104 billion by 2025. In an interview with CNBC Indonesia, Indonesia's central bank estimated that the total value of e-commerce transactions in 2021 is 395 rupees trillion or 48.4% year-over-year growth, in line with the rapid accelerations of the digital economy and national finance. In 2019, Indonesia received the highest rank for the world's e-commerce growth with an achievement up to 78%. This figure far exceeded the average growth of e-commerce in the world, which was only 14%, in Asia at 28%. The presence of numerous Indonesian startups have successfully attained unicorn status, or with valuations of over $1 billion, also encourages the growth of the other companies. It also brings positive impacts to the growth of the digital economy in Indonesia. Not only that, Indonesia's demographic bonus, having led to the abundance of the millennial generations, has also been proven to encourage faster digitalization. Apart from being users, the millennial generations also has a big role in encouraging technological development. Their roles dominate as users in almost all sectors of the digital economy. With curious and dynamic characters, they take an active role. Indonesia clearly has a great opportunity to be the most advanced country for the world's e-commerce industry. These achievements were obtained by the effort of all stakeholders that supports Indonesia's economic growth. Besides the revolutionary innovations from the digital platform, there is also support from the government, who always open their hands to the business interests. When the pandemic strikes in the midst of the rapid growth of Indonesia's digital industries, the digital economy comes up as one of the alternative solutions. At a time when our nation's economy was shaken, micro, small, medium enterprises have been suffering due to the COVID-19. However, by adopting digital technology, these MSMEs are able to survive the recession. According our data, since May 2020, there have been 9 million of MSMEs using digital platforms. The data prove that digital platforms are reliable for the MSMEs to channel their products and to be marketing platforms in Indonesia. However, they are only 20% of MSMEs which adopt digital transformation from 64 million of MSMEs that have been operated in Indonesia. MSMEs can be said to be the locomotive of the economy during the pandemic. MSMEs are empowered by adopting digital businesses. they could reach their online market of 202 millions of internet users in the country or even abroad. In its fast-paced growth, e-commerce has pushed the connectivity between online and offline activities, where it can transform developing networks such as traditional and small shops in traditional markets, which are still disconnected. This year, more than 12 million MSMEs in these sectors have adopted QR Indonesia standard as their channel for cashless transactions. As a result, Indonesia is awarded in Payment Innovations in Central Banking's FinTech and RegTech Global Awards. Study says women also have more opportunities to contribute to the economy as well as earn their livelihood. Through digital adoptions, they gain the confidence and access to build a business even starting from inside their houses. Seeing the growing number of internet users, the Indonesian digital market is certainly a fertile ground for e-commerce to grow rapidly. So, the digital economy is contributing to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, one of which economic pillars such as job creation as well as innovation to support economic growth. To achieve that, the digital economy must transform its digital environment to be inclusive and able to spread their benefits to every element of the society. E-commerce in Indonesia has grown its access for the development of economy to the society to every part of the nation. We invite the global society, the nations that are incorporated in the G20, to spread the benefits of digital transformations to the whole of the world. We believe that with this way, the Sustainable Development Goals can be achieved faster.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please be ready as the event will be starting immediately. Hello everyone and welcome back to the G20 High-Level Forum on Trade, Investment and Industry. Before the break, we watched two panel discussions on global economic recovery and digital transformation. We will now continue our chain of events to the third and final panel for the day under the topic of Sustainable Development, New Financing. As such, I invite to the stage our chair for the session, Senior Economist of the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Please welcome Dr. Fauzia Zain.
Thank you, MC. Thank you, Rehan. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Jakarta. Our session will discuss new financing to green economy, including infrastructures and the systems. The issue is a hot topic, literally and figuratively. This summer, several cities in Europe experienced the record-breaking temperatures. In contrast, mid of the year in Indonesia was typically very dry season, but recent years we have frequent rains. Last week, there were floods in some areas in Jakarta and West Java during the supposedly dry season here. The heat wave also hit America and South Asia. Increasing impacts of climate change have forced humans to think about the sustainability and the future threats. We are thinking about having adjusted lifestyle and the systems, including having more resilient infrastructure to mitigate and anticipate the threats. I'm very happy and honored to host three prominent speakers here. Allow me to invite Professor Justin Yifulin, Professor Isaac Diwan, and Mr. Robert Sung. Thank you, Professor Justin Yifulin of Peking University. He was the Senior Vice President and Chief Economist of the World Bank from 2008 to 2012. We also have Professor Isaac Diwan from the Paris School of Economics, where he's also teaching. He was the chair of Socioeconomy of the Arab World at Paris Young Lettres and director of the World Bank for several countries in Africa. Also with us here, Mr. Robert Sung, the CEO of Tunas Sawa Erma Group, who is also a senior vice chairman of Corindo Group and a vice chairman of the Korean Association in Indonesia. Thank you and welcome to the panel, Professor Justin, Professor Ishaq, and Mr. Robert. Before we start discussion, the organizer asked us to do a photo session, so please see your camera for a while.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, thank you. I would like to invite the panelists to deliver their brief remarks for about 7 to 10 minutes on their ideas or concern on these issues. After that, we will follow with discussions and also receive questions from the floor. Let me first invite Professor Justin Lin to share his thoughts. Professor Justin, the platform is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to share some of my ideas about this topic. As we know that the United Nations adopted the SDGs in 2015, and all nations should achieve that goals by the time of 2030s. And there are 17 goals. And among these 17 goals, I think goal 9, industrialization, infrastructure, and the goals 13, the green development, are the keys to achieve other goals. For example, goal 1, no poverty. Goal 2, no hunger. Goal 3, good health. They are all desirable. But if you want to achieve those goals, certainly goal 8, jobs, would be essential. However, all the poor people, they have jobs now, but their income are so low. So they cannot eliminate poverty, and they are suffering from hunger and poor health. And how to make job with reasonable income? I think we need to have a decent job. And a decent job comes from industrialization, because we know all the poor countries, they are engaged in traditional agriculture. And if we want to raise their income, they need to have industrialization. But for the industrialization to be feasible, we need to improve infrastructure. And if we improve infrastructure to make industrialization become possible, the energy demand will increase and emission will also increase. And to achieve the climate actions, we need to have green industrialization, green infrastructure. But how to make a green industrialization and a green infrastructure possible in the developing country? We will need to have international cooperation. First, we need to make green technology available and also green technology affordable. To make the green technology available, we need to have the advanced country to innovate the new green technologies. But in general, to replace the old dirty technology with the green technology, we need to have funding for that. And for this, the advanced country need to deliver their commitment to support the developing country for this climate actions. And we know in 2009, in Copenhagen, they pledged to provide $100 billion to support developing country for adopting the green technology. But so far, this pledge has not been delivered yet. So we need to encourage the advanced country to, deliver their commitment. But also, the national governments of developing countries should adopt some actions. First one, they need to improve their regulation and to make the green, ideas, the green action to be, followed by all the enterprises, all the citizens. But they also need to provide taxation and to provide incentive for the enterprises to adopt the green technology through taxation, and also to use their development institutions to have some kind of special projects to support the green industrialization and the green infrastructure. And also the multilateral development institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, they can also help because they can provide some additional fund together with the support from the advanced country to help the developing country overcome the shortage of fundings. And for example, the IMF have the SDRs, and some advanced country, they will not use those SDRs. So the IMF can encourage the advanced country to reallocate the SDRs, to donate the SDRs to the developing country and to strengthen their green funds. And by this, then the developing country may be able to achieve the green industrialization through the improvement of infrastructure. And once they have the industrialization, they can generate jobs, increase the income, and help the people to eliminate the poverty, hunger, and to good health. And with this, it may be possible to achieve the SDR by the time of 2030. And I think that the G20 would be a very important governance structure to monitor the progress of SDGs and also to encourage the advanced country to deliver their commitment. So let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Justin. Very concise and straightforward. Now, I would like to invite Professor Ishak Dewan to share his concerns and ideas. The platform is yours.
Thank you very much, and I'm very honored to be on this panel and to be following up after Dr. Justin Lin. In our paper with Homi Karas, which is in the book, we focus on some of the same issues Dr. Lin spoke about. So perhaps, we estimate the size of green finance, the amount of finance needed to reach net zero by 2050. And we discuss, like he did, how to raise it and the challenges in raising it. Perhaps let me focus here on what is green finance and how large should it be to really reach its targets. It's really the financing that is needed. Next slide, please. For all the activities that fulfill the nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, all the actions that countries need to take in order to reach net zero by 2050. And it's really three types of activity. The activities that we call of the mitigation type, that is building the infrastructure to use renewable energy instead of burning carbon. So it's largely producing clean energy. Second type, adaptation, to adapt to the rising temperature and make societies more resilient to higher temperature. And thirdly, spending that has to do with conserving on biodiversity. Now, the amounts needed would seem extremely large, but they are not as large as you think to save the planet for two major reasons. First is that on mitigation, the extra spending is really spending on building clean energy as opposed to energy that uses fossil. And the technologies, especially solar, have advanced so much that this extra cost is small, in some cases zero, especially that oil and gas are expensive these days. And second, the investments on adaptation have actually extremely large rates of return. So when you think of net costs, they are not net costs in the true sense, even though we cost them in our exercise. Next slide, please. Now, the total amount that has been estimated by the International Panel on Climate Finance is pretty large. For developing countries, it's somewhere between $2 to $3 trillion a year, which is enormous. But when we look at all developing countries without China and consider that some of this cost was spent anyway to invest in not clean energies, and you calculate the net additional cost, actually you come up with a more reasonable number, about 3% of GDP, about $800 billion a year by 2025. This is still large, but it is more affordable, more feasible. And if you imagine that out of this $800 billion, at least half is spent by the countries themselves, that extra, then what the world community needs to deliver would be about 400 billion a year, which is about 3 to 4 times what it is delivering or what it has promised to deliver, the famous $100 billion today. So that's the order of magnitude. It's a major challenge, but it's feasible. And that's great news. Saving the planet would cost that much, $300 to $400 billion in transfer to developing countries per year. Now, this 3 to 4% of GDP, the mitigation cost is 1 to 2% of GDP. In addition to that, you have to think that much of the spending much of the effort has to do by to bringing cost from the future to the present. Fuel-based energy consumes fuels every year, while solar doesn't. But the solar technology is one large investment up front, and then much lower variable cost over time. So it requires really environment where interest rates are low in order to make these investments. Adaptation investments are especially large, actually, in poor countries because they tend to be in hotter environments. 2 to 4% of GDP, the average 2%, but in some island economy, it can be much, much higher than that. Now, there are two major challenges in raising these funds. First, relate to the SDGs, an issue that Dr. Lin talked about. It is impossible to green the planet while at the same time poverty is very high. And so we have to think of SDG funding and climate green funding as complementary. They have to happen at the same time. And one, poverty reduction would not work without greening the planet and vice versa. Right now, to give you a sense of magnitude, total spending on SDGs are probably around $400 billion a year. Green finance would have to be additional to that, and at the same time, SDG spending have to also increase. So that makes the challenge more important. And the second characteristic, which is also challenging, is that at least a good part of green finance has to come in the form of grants. For equity reasons, of course, the poor countries have not created this problem, but they suffer from it. But also for other reasons, and in particular, as I said earlier, the fact that they live in environments where interest rates are quite high. Now, my last slide for my first intervention, how to go about scaling. Next slide, please. How to go about scaling up on green finance. The promise today is to deliver $100 billion. As Dr. Lin said, we're far from accomplishing that. So we have to go from 100, consolidate the 100, go above 100, and get to 300-400 billion. So it's a major challenge, and we think that the best way to do it is in 2 times. In the short term, to consolidate the 100 and push to increase it, in particular through more ODA and more grants, while preparing for a medium term where the role of official money would be very important. So it would be important to scale up MDBs enormously, 3-4 times, and the current thinking about how to leverage the capital of MDBs much more is very important there. Expanding the carbon market to be a new source of finance to allow developing countries to be actually players in solving the climate change problems by producing offsets and selling them in international markets. And finally, fixing the international debt market. Much of the funding will have to come in the form of debts, but the amounts needed are way above what creditworthiness consideration in the way the market works allow, which is actually a contradiction, because countries, the planet would not be sustainable without this funding. And so really investing in climate, in greening the economy should increase creditworthiness, but capital markets and capital is not patient enough to allow for that. So some important reforms have to be made in these markets to allow them to become deeper and to actually price climate risk. I will stop here in this first presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Ishak. I'm really interested in your points on the real net cost and benefits of the green investments. I would like to get back to that issue later on. Yeah. But now I'm pleased to invite Mr. Robert Sung to provide us with his experience and thoughts on this issue. Please, Mr. Robert.
Thank you. My name is Robert Sung, as introduced. I'm CEO of Tuna Savarma Group. And first of all, I thank Dr. Fauzia and also the organizer for giving me this opportunity to present before the audience today. I think I need to explain about what we do at Tuna Savarma, because it relates to what the message that I'm trying to convey. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. So in 1990, Indonesian government started a Trans-Papua initiative to develop the Far Eastern province, which was and still is lagging behind other parts of the country. The government simultaneously sought after entrepreneurs to develop a business alongside the Trans-Papua roads. To answer the callings from the government, Tuna Savarma was established in 1994 in Papua. And after long and careful consideration and also a suggestion, a recommendation from Ministry of Forestry in Indonesia, we decided to develop a oil palm plantation in Papua in 1998. And I'm proud to say that we have successfully developed a sustainable oil palm plantation there, which coexists and in harmony with the people and nature of Papua. Next slide, please. We can skip 2 slides there. The ESG, of course, we all know how important it is, and the financing, the new financing, the green financing, Professor Ishak Diwan just talked about. So I'm just going to skip that. But I just want to briefly touch upon the SDGs. Of course, Professor Justin Lin just explained, but next slide. We are all feeling the effects of this climate change these days. So the climate the actions or the environmental problems are undeniably important. But what I'm concerned about is that environmental aspect has been in the center of focus, but people may not be thinking about the other sustainable development goals developed by and created and publicized by United Nations. As you can see, as equally important as the environmental aspects are the poverty, hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, and so forth, especially in developing world. Next slide. So why do developing countries need sustainable development? I want to zero in on the Papua because of our, based on our close to 30-year experience there. Next slide. We have witnessed that in Papua, the infrastructure is extremely poor. Simply, there's just not enough roads and poor access to clean water or electricity, resulting in extremely high logistics costs, which in turn acts as a hindrance to further development. So basically, Papuan situation is in a vicious cycle, and we need to find a way to break out of this. Next slide. High poverty rate is also a big problem. Although Indonesian government has consistently tried and somewhat succeeded in lowering the poverty rate in Indonesia, things are still very bad in Papua especially. According to statistics in 2019, 27.5% of Papuans are believed to be living below poverty line. Next slide. The high infant mortality rate is an issue that I feel extremely strongly about. As a father of 2 young children myself, according to the report by UNICEF, for every 1,000 births in Papua, 27 babies did not make it past their first month, and 115 babies failed to reach their 5th birthday. These numbers are simply unacceptable. And the reason I believe is probably due to lack of access to modern healthcare facilities, services. Next slide. Illiteracy and lack of education is also a very serious problem. In 2021, 21% of people aged 15 years old or older in Papua cannot read or write simple sentences. Next slide, please. So how can sustainable investment change the lives of indigenous people? Let me just share our experience there. In witnessing these issues in Papua firsthand, we decided that we had to do something about this. As I explained before, the access to health services has been a critical problem to Papua region. So we started building and operating 1 hospital in Asiki and 6 clinics in the state of oil palm plantations. Out of these 7 facilities, we are treating about 9,000 patients per month, free of charge. And out of this Asiki clinic, which was built in 2017, we have successfully delivered 344 healthy babies so far. Without Tuna Sarma's intervention in this healthcare sector, people must travel 3 hours by car to the nearest public health center in Muting, or 8.5 hours by car to get medical attention in hospital in Merauke, which is assuming the road conditions are as good as it is right now. But I highly doubt that will be the case if business operations of Tuna Sarma was not existing in that area. We have also built 42 schools so far, and we are providing support for 170 teachers in those schools. And we have given out about 489 scholarships to students who are seeking higher education at universities across Indonesia. Next slide. So far, we have also created more than 20,000 jobs, and 25% of our workforce consists of local Papuan people. And in addition to that, through our corporate social contribution program, we support local villagers to develop their own independent and sustainable businesses, such as chicken farms, fish farms, brick factories, and etc., etc. In recognition of our contribution to the society, former Regent of Bovendigo, Mr. Benedictus Tambonok, said this in a stakeholder meeting in 2017. In the past, when Papuan used to live almost naked, people saw and laughed at us as primitive. We have a simple wish. We want our children to get higher education. We want our children to be pilots or doctors. That's why we are ready to accept the development. Of course, environmental effect of our existence is also something we have to be very careful about. So in collaboration with one of the most prestigious universities in Indonesia, we are actively monitoring and researching better ways to preserve biodiversity in the surrounding areas of our operation. So hopefully I have convinced that even oil palm industry business can make many positive differences through sustainable development. I say even because of stigmatism against oil palm industry in the developed nations. But in Indonesia, we think differently. Our president, Mr. Joko Widodo of Indonesia, believes that palm oil business is useful and instrumental in sustainable development, badly needed in Indonesia, and especially in places like Papua. He said the palm oil industry has become a driving force for the community's economy. It has provided many benefits for the lives of Indonesian people, starting from helping improve the quality of life of rural communities, helping millions of small-scale garden farmers out of poverty, and providing access to education and information technology services. So, in closing my presentation, I would like to suggest that we all need to promote non-discriminatory view on sustainable palm oil business, and we need to build more trust towards national certification schemes such as Indonesian Sustainable Palm Oil, also known as ISPO. And we need to reshape discourses that sustainable palm oil is not only good for Indonesian economy, but it is a win-win solution for global economic recovery and environmental conservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robert, for excellent presentations, as well to other panelists. So, and I would like to invite the floor if you have questions or comments to the panelists' presentations. But now, while we are waiting for the floors coming, I have questions for three of you. Yeah. Now we have increasing concerns on climate change effects, but inseparably there are concerns on other global conditions, especially the global health situations, the impacts of Russia-Ukraine war, rising inflation and interest rates, and food crisis. So financing green transitions also requires huge amounts of funds, which is a super challenge, especially for the emerging and developing economies. We know that this should be a collective effort, but some can question the commitments from the advanced economies. So I have a question to both Professor Justin and Professor Ishak. How are these critical issues interacting and perhaps competing for the global funds? And to Mr. Robert, as a private entity, how do you see this situation impact the sustainability issues in the business? First, perhaps I would like to invite Professor Justin. Still unmute.
Someone not so urgent.
Okay.
So can you hear me?
Now
Okay.
we can hear you. Okay.
Yeah. And currently, certainly the COVID-19 pandemic received the most attention, as well as the war between Russia and Ukraine, causing the interruption in the supply of oil, gas, and food, receive a lot of attention. And as a result, climate change has been put in the back burners. And but we need to understand, certainly, we need to cope with the urgent challenges, especially in some developing countries, they are importing food. And if we do not supply sufficient food, hunger will emerge. And social unrest can be an issue. But however, when we cope with the immediate challenges, we should not forget the long-term commitment to the climate actions. And all this require fundings. And for the fundings, I think the international multilateral institutions like the IMF as well as the World Bank can play an active role and to first convince the advanced country to allocate more resources in order to fulfill their obligations for the world. At the same time, for the national government to have more coordinated actions to prioritize their programs and to meet the current challenges, but at the same time to pave the foundation for providing more resources for the longer term challenges.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Professor Isaac.
I think the Ukraine war and the way the West has reacted by mobilizing itself to support the Ukrainian people has been amazing to observe. But it also reminds us that the world can equally mobilize itself to the longer term and existential fight, which is the fight to preserve the planet. And we have seen the demonstration about how hundreds of billions of dollars can be raised in a matter of months to support the Ukrainian cause. And this tells us that the same can be done and many times more to actually save the planet if the international community and the rich countries truly get mobilized behind this important cause. I think the case of that Mr. Seung developed really tells us what needs to be done. I mean, it is not possible to ask a country to save the planet when 27 children are dying and there are not sufficient schools to educate them. It's not possible for the government to tell them not to cut the trees and not to burn the trees in order to save the planet, and to actually spend public resources not to let them do that when there are such glaring scarcities. So clearly, in that particular case, the global stagflation, the impact of the Ukraine war is making life even more difficult. Imported food is more expensive. Imported fuel is more expensive. The interest that you need to pay on foreign debt is higher. It's more difficult to borrow in order to build infrastructure. So the situation is only more difficult. And yet the solution has to do with more international SDG support, with more support for solar panels, so that the country can transition to clean energy, and also with allowing the country to invest in trees and in holding carbons to help the world solve its problem in the country itself. So the solutions are there. They're made more complicated by the current shocks. But as Dr. Lin said, it's important to keep our eyes on the long term and to learn from the current war about the ability of the world to get mobilized for this long-term goal.
Interesting. So, from Professor Lin and also you, it's about the priorities and then trade-off between the immediate needs and the long-term visions. But it's also Professor Ishak also highlight about the willingness if the crisis, the sense of crisis, really happen, right? When the leaders, the world leaders, thinks that it's now to act, and then they can mobilize everything actually, right? Yeah. Now, how about you, Mr. Robertson? How this is impact on your sustainability on business?
I think my perspective is a bit different from both Professor Isaac Dewan and Professor Lin. But as a businessman, of course, these green funding or the funding for the SDG would be very helpful. But as a businessman, I don't need any preferential financing or prioritized financing for this sustainable development from my position. These sustainable development is not something you can ask a selected group of people to do. I think everybody has to take part in doing sustainable development. And I presented the cases of my company, Turasarma Group, but we are not the only ones. There are many very responsible business actors in Indonesia and globally making differences in the lives of people and in the lives in the environment. So all I wish for is for the global society not to have stigmatism, not to try to block the activities that these responsible and businesses are doing, and that would help us to do our parts in making this development more sustainable and more helpful for the people in developing countries.
Okay, interesting. The views from the private sector don't leave us, don't block us the sustainability efforts. But I think direct or indirectly, the cooperation between private and public sector and also international organizations are happening. Yeah, so we are working towards the blended finance, for example. And let me follow up with questions that I mentioned before to Professor Ishak. Yeah. As you mentioned, yeah, the net benefits of green investments can be positive in many ways, in many cases. But what appears are gross investment, which is huge. I think one of the reasons is because the costs occur now, but most benefits will present in the long term. So often the benefits are in the form of avoiding of the potential damage instead of direct monetary value. So it's like many people overlook it. So we don't internalize this saving potential cost as benefits. How do you see it, and how do you think the steps of G20 can take to promote green financings? Professor Isaac.
You're absolutely right. The issue is how to internalize the cost. And in the medium term, the answer is to price carbon emissions, right? To tax carbon emissions, or to have quotas on carbon commission so that there's an implicit price. Now, as we move to that system, what else can be done? So we talked of access to loans and access to grants, and I want to illustrate how it can make a difference on emission by thinking about the choice of how you produce electricity. You can produce electricity through solar by installing solar panels or through gas turbines. Interesting, when you look at present value of these two technologies, they're about equal today. Now, of course, they're equal at a particular interest rate that they use to calculate the present value, and they are equal at a very low interest rate, 2-3%. The reason is that the solar panel, you have to buy them upfront, and once you put them, you produce electricity pretty much for free. In the future, you still need to maintain, clean the panel and the like. While for the gas turbine, it's not very expensive to install gas turbine, but then you have to burn gas over time. And so when you're comparing the two, of course, the gas burns carbon while the solar doesn't. But if you do not have access to capital, if capital is very expensive, you actually will find the gas solution to be cheaper from a present value perspective than the solar. So the important point is that access to capital and the cost of interest matters also in this choice. And this is something that can be fixed in the short term in a simpler way than pricing the carbon. A small subsidy actually on that interest, being able to borrow for a country and for that particular purpose at 2-3% rather than 10% makes all the difference and gives incentives to energy company to invest in the solar panel. So targeted subsidies in the short term can make a big difference and can push us in the right direction, while at the same time we fix the system, introduce carbon taxes over time, switch from other taxes to carbon taxes, think of a just transition so that the poor are not hurt by this change in tax compositions.
So yeah, it's important to highlight the role of the public sector to provide right incentives to do so, because now Professor Justin also said about the highest interest rate and on the global funds, etc. How do you see it, Professor Justin? This after during the COVID-19 pandemic, many countries has a rising debt to GDP ratio, and now with increasing interest rates and the challenges facing them. How do you see this, the architecture of the international finance now working on? Please, Professor Justin.
That's a good questions. We know the challenges are there, and we also know the actions are needed. But we need to get a commitment to actions. And so that I think the coming G20 meetings in Indonesia would be a very good occasion to put everything on the table and to convince the countries, especially the advanced countries, to give the support to the needed developing countries. Because if we do not address the urgent issues that we are facing now, for example, due to the pandemic and the countries are suffering, and due to the rising prices, the country are suffering, and due to the rising interest rate, many countries may not be able to get sufficient fund to deliver their obligation and so on. And if you allow all those kind of things to happen, the country may encounter the social political unrest. And with those kind of instability and unrest, it's going to become a larger problem, not only for the country, but also for the world. And so G20, the coming G20 would be a very important, occasions or opportunities for the leaders in the world to see the challenges and together to come up with some kind of commitment to deliver more funds for support, and to use the existing multilateral institutions like IMF and the World Bank more effectively to, come up with some kind of programs and actions, and that can address the challenge you just described.
Thank you very much. Very insightful. I'd like to direct the questions to Mr. Robertson on the transition from the business as usual to the green economy. Perhaps you faced some trade-off between the environmental costs and economic benefits before you can achieve sustainable economy. Do you have something to share with us about this?
Well, I think Professor Ishak Diwan touched upon a very important point. Obviously, there has to be some kind of a trade-off, and the very needed directed subsidy is, of course, very important, and it will be very instrumental. But basically, let me just again talk about Papua. If you look at Papua, my figure could be a little off, but I believe Papua is a huge island, but 98% of Papua has a forest cover. Only about 2% of the whole landmass is developed, meaning it has housings, some factories, buildings, roads, and whatnot. And according to the government plan, only 6% of the whole landmass is slated to be developed. But it's not being developed. One of the reasons, some of the reasons are, as I explained before, but another reason is because the global society, and when I say global society, I mean mostly the environmental NGOs from the developed nations, are against development of these forests, because these are the natural resources that are critical for human life. But at the same time, this REDD plus is also being blocked. And so the concept of REDD, the carbon emission credit from the REDD plus, is basically gone, thrown out the window now. So how are people of Papua going to develop and alleviate all the problems of hunger, poverty, the healthcare issues? So if the basic needs are not met for the people, environmental issues for them would be something of less importance. So I hope that the international community understands that dire needs for development for the people of developing countries, and especially for places of hugely underdeveloped places like Papua.
Thank you. Let me pick up from where you were. I mean, G20, as you know, that G20 memberships consist of both developing and developed advanced economies. Yeah. So, how do you see there are some perhaps different interests and priorities across these two groups, yeah, and also across individual countries. But as economic cooperations, how do you see G20 can use these differences of the economic states between across their members to move forward, yeah, with the real steps, yeah, on working on this sustainable financing? May I invite Professor Justin first?
the need to have sustainable green financing. And for this, certainly, on the one hand, we need to have a commitment for funding support. But on the other hand, we need to have a well-designed bankable projects. So in a way, I think the government and also the business community need to work together so that funding will be available, tax incentive will be there, and also actions will be taken by the private sectors. So it's a joint effort because we are facing the same challenges. If we want to make the planet to, continue to have a great environment, sustainable not only for our generation, but also for the coming generations, we need to have this kind of commitment from all work of the societies and also from the global community as well.
Thank you. And may I ask Professor Isaac? Sorry, you are still unmute.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you for your question. All eyes are on the G20 now as we move towards the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. There are several crucial decisions that the G20 needs to make. The first one is simply to consolidate the 100 billion. Put emphasis on making good on the first promise of delivering the 100 billion, and this requires clarifying the contributions of all and committing to increase that in the future. Second area that the G20 controls in this area of budget scarcities is, as Dr. Lin said, the SDRs. It is scandalous that there is hundreds of billions of dollars of SDRs out there held by rich country reserves that do not need them, that are not reallocated as was promised to the poor countries. Less than 100 billion has been reallocated, and there are funds right there where the G20 can make decisions to reallocate massively this through international financial institutions to deal with the short-term problem and start dealing with the long-term problem. And a third decision that the G20 can make now that can make a big difference is with regard to what's called the common framework of dealing with debt difficulties. We have this paradoxical situation where much more funding is needed, much more debt, while at the same time we're about to experience a massive debt crisis. And so finding mechanisms to resolve that difficulties rapidly when they arise is very important, and this is in the hand of the G20. Several countries are going through this process, and that process has not moved, and clearly the geopolitical divisions of the world are not letting this process of debt workout move as fast as it should, and a strong signal from the G20 will unlock this process. And that would be a third important decision that the G20 can make. That would make a big difference on the green, on both the SDGs and the green goals at the same time.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Roberts, are you with us now? I think it was perhaps technicalities, difficulties, yeah. Okay, actually, there are a lot of questions in my mind, but we have only like 3 minutes left. I would like to ask both Professor Justin Lin and also Professor Isaac, do you want to deliver perhaps one or 2 minutes your closing remarks on these issues? Let me start with Professor Justin, please.
Okay, very good. As Isaac just mentioned, now all the eyes in the world are on the coming G20 summit in Indonesia. And we should not lose that opportunity to come up with some kind of agreement for actions to meet the current challenges, not only the pandemic, and also the war in Ukraine and Russia, but also to have eyes on the long-term need of climate actions. And for this, we need to understand all those are challenges to the people, and not only locally, but also globally. So some kind of global coordinated actions and a commitment are essential. And especially the advanced country, they have the privilege of their currency to be global reserve currencies. In a way, they can print money to buy the goods in the world. And they should use that privilege to help the developing country to cope with the current challenges in short run, but also in the long run. And a G20 summit would be an occasion for people to deliver their commitment and to have new privilege, to have new approach for support of the developing country.
Excellent. Thank you, Professor Justin Lin. And now Professor Ishak Dewan. Sorry, I cannot hear you.
Sorry, I had difficulties unmuting. There's too little time left to add, and really there's nothing to add. I think Dr. Lin concluded beautifully, and I support completely his conclusion. The G20 can act and can send very important messages of hope, and the areas where it can act are clear, are on the table. All it takes now is some political courage.
Really, really greatest points. Some political, really political encouragement. Yeah. Okay. Well noted. What a great discussion. I really enjoyed and learned a lot from this. Again, it's my honor to chair this panel. Unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Robert Sung now, because perhaps some technicalities issues. Yeah. My sincerest gratitude towards all the panel, Professor Justin Lin, Professor Isaac Dewan, and Mr. Robert Sung for sharing their views and knowledge. Please give a big applause for them. Thank you very much. And I hope the discussions can provide inputs to the G20, especially to trade, investments, and industry working group. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your active participations, and I'm handing back the platform to Raihan. Thank you, Professor Lin. Thank you, Professor Dewan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fauzia, for leading such a constructive discussion, and all speakers for sharing your invaluable insights. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we have concluded the final session of the day, we will now hear the closing remarks from the Chair of G20 Trade, Investment and Industry Working Group Indonesia and Director General of International Trade Negotiation, Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Mr. Jatmiko Bris Wicaksono.
Boleh. Honorable panelists, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let me convey my highest appreciation to all keynote speakers of the high-level forum in trade, investment, and industry. And my very deep appreciation also extended to all respectable panelists of the first day as well as the second days. Number of ministers, I don't need to read all of them, but we had a very a great honor to have them yesterday evening, Jakarta time, including the Director General of WTO, Madam Ngozi, and a number of the minister from each and G20 member. I believe the participations, views, as well as perspective have been given by all those speakers, reflecting very permanent support for our G20 presidency this year, particularly on trade, investment, and industry working group priority agenda. Let me also to express my profound appreciation to all distinguished speakers in the second day of the event, including respective scholars and executive representatives from the international organization, of course, including my best friend, many number of the researchers from the area for their full support and contribution in organizing this event. During this 2 days event, the government officials, the private sectors, as well as the academics already share insightful views, as well as their perspective on how the G20 could align trade, investment, and industry policy to support the achievement of SDGs as the foundation for collective economic recovery and sustainable development. Let me give you some wrap up of the 2 days discussion. Yesterday, the forum discussed emphasized on how trade, investment, and industry could serve as an engine of growth and could embark on a stronger and faster economic recovery from the pandemic. The current challenges come from the Ukraine war, high inflation, and rising energy prices have urged that G20 need to have a strategic platform to respond to such challenges and make the right policy for the world. Today, the discussion emphasized on how recovery progress or process also need to consider key aspects, including the environmental and equality issues. I also took note that the discussion also highlighted the strengthening the foundation of digital infrastructure across the countries, for sure, to bridge or to address the digital divide, particularly for developing countries. It's also imperative for government to improve digital skill to foster digital sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists and colleagues, as we are aware, currently we live in a very challenging circumstances. The geopolitical tension in other region create a number of problems in energy security, including food security, as additional challenge after the 2 years of the pandemic, which has created health security. We are witnessing this is alarming increase in food security due to the impact of geopolitical tension, which has worsened the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me also to touch on how the food price will put 1 million more people into food security. According to the World Food Programme, number of people facing acute food insecurity has doubled from 135 million to 276 million. Another problem is the essential commodity creating a considerable challenge for us in energy. World Bank estimate that the crude oil price increased almost 350% from April 2020 to April this year. This is the most significant increase for any 2 years period since the late 70s. Colleagues, by holding G20 presidency this year, Indonesia has the privilege to shape global policies to catalyze sustainable and inclusive recovery and growth. representing interests within and beyond its member countries, including developing countries and underrepresented. And as reflected in our presidency theme, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, we must ensure that no countries are left behind in this economic recovery time. I understand this is not an easy task, considering the different circumstances of each G20 members. However, this difference is also our strength. I believe G20 represent the most systematically important countries to the global economy, and the concrete action will have a significant benefit to all nations around the world. On this occasion, let me also to update on the upcoming last round of Trade Investment Industry Working Group that will be follow up back to back with the Trade Investment Industry Ministerial Meeting in September 2022 in Bali. So in this meeting, the working group, we will try as best as we can to get a consensus on what we need to do on addressing number of the priority agenda. We have a 6 priority agenda on the area of trade, investment, and industry. So by the time, at the end of the meeting of the ministerials meeting in Bali, we sincerely hope that we can come up with a very concise, consolidated, and consensus on how the G20 can address those agenda, from WTO reform, multilateral trading system that achieving the SDGs, how trade, investment, and industry can respond to the pandemic, support the global health architecture, as well as on digital trade and GVC, and how the sustainable investment can support the global economic recovery. And last but not least, how the industrialization can be implemented through the Industry 4.0. So I strongly believe that the TII-WG meeting will be a fruitful and come up with a very credible outcome. I hope to achieve a strong and meaningful statement that translates our collective commitments into practice for a stronger economic recovery. To close off this 2 days event, I believe that high-level forum on trade, investment, and industry has already generated the finest ideas as well as perspective to each of the discussion on this working group for better aligned trade, investment, and industry policy to achieve resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economic recovery, as well as the achievement of SDG. So I thank you very much for your patience, your attendance, and your very active participation on this high-level forum. I thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Jatmiko, for your remarks that captured key takeaways from this G20 high-level forum. We greatly appreciate it. As we have come to the end of this event, we would like to convey our sincere gratitude to everyone participating in this event. These past few days have been a fruitful and wonderful journey, and we are honored to share this experience with all of you who has been with us since day one. Therefore, on behalf of the organizing committee, we thank you all for coming and supporting this event. We apologize for any inconvenience during the event, and we hope you have a pleasant experience as much as we did. With that, the G20 High-Level Forum on Trade, Investment, and Industry is officially closed. Farewell and see you again next time.